right, hello and welcome everyone. Welcome back. We've got in the background there, we've got our royalty-free music because I cannot play the game music. The dev has responded, says he is aware of Tabletop Tavern being, he has all the licensing for his own game, but not necessarily for streamers to, the third-party streamer to be streaming. So we've got some other music there. I'm going to turn the volume down on it. Anywho. Good to have you. I need to adjust this ever so slightly some more. There we are. Okay. We're also having some technical problems. The more I stream, the more I can relate to the old guys with technology, the old man with technology who's just upset that it never works. And yeah, so I haven't changed anything, and Kick is like, "Oh no, this is misconfigured," and I've been using it for months. It's all misconfigured. It's gonna crash. Can't do it. And I've nothing has changed. So very frustrating with that. But hopefully the other two platforms that we stream to, YouTube and Twitch, are going to be just fine. I don't know what to tell you, but if it does seem like Kick is still currently working, it's just kind of giving me a warning that it may be crashing, which I guess is kind of a poetic way to describe the stream in general. You never know, we could crash at any moment. So that's fair. That's fair. Alright, but we are going to be streaming some more Tabletop Tavern. We are getting our new campaign going, and it's going to be on a new difficulty. And as the stream title suggests, we're going to do the Gruntkin here. I've not done them yet. You can see we have succeeded on 5 difficulties. 5 for 5 on our runs. So we're going to be trying number 6 here with King, the Gruntkin, trying to become a king. And I need to do my YouTube intro. Excuse me, I apologize. Need to get all situated here. Hello and welcome everyone. Welcome back to another Pastor Druski stream as we stream Tabletop Tavern in our quest to defeat it at the highest of difficulties. Today we're going to be streaming on King difficulty, level 6. We are 5 for 5 on our runs. If you've been sticking with me, I've not been playing it offline. What you have seen is my full experience of the game. And so today we're going to be trying out the Gruntkin. Never played him before. I'm looking at the campaign bonuses, and I'm seeing some things we can maybe leverage here. But if you are brand new to the channel, we like to play family-friendly games, have good, clean fun, and I do have a Discord where I have a whole section on faith. You can ask questions, ask for prayer. I pray for you all before every stream. So just wanted to let you all know that before we get into the gaming, that there is more accessible to you, available to you than just entertainment. And even if you're watching this on YouTube later, you can check out my Discord. It's all in the description, and I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear your questions and your prayer requests and be able to encourage you however I can. So today, again, we're playing Gruntkin. They do have endless hordes, and I think out of everything that you see here, this is going to be the key. The endless hordes heals all Gruntkin units by 30% of the max health after winning a battle. Now, I'm pretty sure that is going to be I really can't bring in other units and expect to benefit from that. I don't think it's necessarily anyone who happens to be under my banner of faction Gruntkin. I think it is the actual Gruntkin unit, I think. Maybe at some point we'll bring in another unit and just try it out to find out. But if we can heal all Gruntkins every time we win a battle by 30%, then that's huge, and we can attack more towns. We don't need to worry about maintaining things. And also 5 weapon strength for each other Gruntkin squad above 50% health, max 20. So we can expect to have plus 20 weapon strength on everything as well. Then our Boblin the Goblin, the king here, he gets card packs cheaper. I don't expect to use that because I don't really expect to, I just historically haven't used the card packs. I don't think the shop's all that great. But he does have this goblins get 20 leadership and 4 melee attack. My understanding after looking at I can't look at it right here, but the collection with the Gruntkin, looks like you only have the 2 goblin types, the 2 common, the archers, the melee. And so that's not going to apply to anything else as I'm looking at. And maybe the Gobblepult, but I highly doubt that. Plus, we wouldn't care what its melee attack is. So it's just going to be these 2, and that's okay. But that's only going to be kind of the first couple of battle things. I don't expect to try to make an army of goblins. So, but that is, we are starting with no range units at all. We've got 5 gold, and it looks like until we beat it once, we can't adjust our starting composition here. And so, with the new difficulty, though, we are losing a gold per turn and getting a reduced heal on settlements, which is why I was kind of excited about the self-heal. But as far as starting factions or starting items here, I don't think I can bring more than 1. Is that right? Like if I clicked that, right? You can only bring 1. So I can unequip something. I forget how to unequip. There we go. I've got 5. I can bring a rare item if we decided. We could get that missile strength. We could no longer encounter monstrous units. Generate double gold from interest, which is slightly better than this, right? Because this is going to result in 10 gold, but you have to have 10 interest. You have to have the 50 interest per turn. Although, didn't I change that? Now it's only 4. Hold on, wrong button. Maybe we just haven't gotten to that point yet, but we're going to. There's something where you reduce the starting point of the interest by 1. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just crazy. I thought you basically only needed 4 to start getting interest. Oh, there it is. Reduce the gold required to generate interest by 1. I don't have it yet. Okay, so we do still need 50 gold. We'll go for that next. We do still need 50 gold for the 10 interest per turn. This one would mean we'd only need 25 gold for 10 interest per turn. So that is nice. That is nice. Towns of smaller garrison protection. Those are okay. Those are all okay. Now, I don't really... The whole roster doesn't really have many shield units, even though the shield, wherever it went... Where did it go? Hold on. Where's that starter shield? Oh, no, it's just a... Shield units... Is that... Did they change it? Was there a patch and I didn't know? Balance changes. I need to look this up. No, they did change heavy shields for some units, like the Ashwood Militia no longer have heavy shield, and we played with that. That was the patch. Yeah, I don't know. There's a gap here. I thought there was a shield right there. The one where you're immune to archers if you're facing them, which was like my favorite thing because it's OP. It's absolutely OP. Maybe you just can't start with it now. Maybe it's still in the game. Anyway, we got to click back to here. Uncommon and rare range units. Anti-large. I think it's just going to be this. Of course, we could always have the pumpkin pie, which was really good too. Common units gain melee attack. This would be if you wanted to go with a goblin faction, like you do the conscription orders. I think we're just gonna click that and go. Just gonna click that and go. All right, so we've got a bunch of goblins, and then we have a troll. The troll is large, armored, terrifying. It's a swamp creature, not affected by negative effects in swamps. There's 4 of it, or 8 of it, and it's basically a monstrous unit, but it's large, so we treat it like a cavalry. Armor piercing and armored. Let's go ahead. Let's give this a go. This is not the hardest difficulty. It goes up to 10. This is only 6 as far as the numbers go, but this is the hardest I have attempted. So far, we've just 5 attempts, 5 wins. We've moved up. Now we're on 6. Eventually, the game is going to defeat me. But not today. Not today. The Trout. Conscripted survivors post-battle are granted full health. That's actually really nice. Cavalry units, now I don't know. I don't think this is going to be counted as cavalry. Range units gain anti-electric, which is also really nice. Wow. That is new. I've not seen that. Now, we don't have any. That's going to be very important in the future. That's going to be very important. I'm going to give that a try. Okay, both are river. We actually want the swamp fog, don't we? Let's go this way. Okay. All common. Auto-resolve says a defeat. It does not have much respect for the goblin rabble. We shall teach them differently. Our first loss might be this first battle, actually. Okay, we're going first. I've yet to really be able to utilize rivers the way I wanted to, because I had kind of thought that there would be a disadvantage for fighting in the water. There isn't. Right. We don't have outright. Now, obviously, we'd love to have this come up behind them, but speed 44, I don't think it's going to be fast enough to loop around. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to just have them charge straight up here, and we're going to have them attack from the side here. And I'd love to use my drawing tool, but all the hotkeys were interfering with the game, so I'm just not. We're just not going to do. So anyway, we're going to try to have them get hit from the side there, if we can manage. Might need to have them a little further back just to make sure that they all get engaged with the goblins. I want to hit them in the sides. That's going to be my main advantage, if we can. Alright, they're engaging. Go. They went defensive stance. Clever. Clever skeletons. Alright. The imps. The spears are collapsing before the weight of the Horde. Yeah, weapon strength melee attack, they are getting some nice bonuses. That 20 weapon strength. That's not insignificant. 50 leadership? But I think the autocalc is not bringing in those values at all. We get the heal. Oh, that's so nice. Range units, we need to get some. So, okay. They're going to have anti-large. And we're going to conscript some survivors and do a test. We want to find out if those will heal after battle as well. Although, should I wait? I need to get at least for the 5 interests so we can start getting the double amount. I do need to get that going. I do. I don't know what the actual swamp default, like the swamp problem is, but we can target the dogs here. They're large. Because, like, we ignore the swamp negatives. Maybe it just spots on the map like a forest. Oh, yeah. Swamp. So I ignore the minus speed and no charge. Not that that's gonna matter. Yeah, the range on these archers, because I chose fog, means I get nothing. Alright, looking at the formation, they're all hitting this. Trying to get information. Because I want to hit the pack here with my ogres, but the ogres are going to get hit in the back, or somebody's getting hit in the back with the wolves. So I'm going to try to utilize the swamp as best I can. They do have spearmen. Not excited about that. 2 groups of them, in fact. I should have been close enough to at least be shooting for now. Why wouldn't I? Shooting the wrong. Now you switch. The anti-large was not as amazing as I thought, but at least they didn't get the charge bonus. Goblins are collapsing. I don't think they lost that many numbers, they just lost the morale. And that's okay, we can manage that. Yeah, 25. Next die roll to be 20. Should I get wolves of my own, or just keep stacking these archers? I do like the weapon strength bonus that my melee guys are getting. .80 speed. Sure would be nice to have around. I'm going to keep doing Goblin Rabble because I think we will be merging them into silver here soon, so I want to get like another merge and another merge. We're just going to stack some more, I think. So we are getting our 4 interest. That is nice. Do we conscript something and just find out? I think we do. I mean spearmen. Or cavalry for that matter. I want to go towards that campfire, I think. So we're going to go left. And I think I want to attack this town. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I want to attack it. And fight the garrison. And I want to see if this is a hound, not a wolf. This is the undead hound. I want to see if that's going to heal after the battle, which means I think I have to fight the battle. No, I can probably, well, I can't auto-resolve. The 3 units are going to defeat me. Yeah, fog. It's because it's got a wall. Why does every town have a wall? I forgot about the wall. Ugh. Okay, there's only 3 units. We'll go to the side that doesn't have archers to start. So the right side, I think. No, that's archer. Right down the middle, then. That's worst case scenario. Maybe we hit a side with an archer ending. Can't do much about it, right? We just gotta go. If we lose the dogs in this process, it's fine. It's fine. They're there just for science. Okay, dogs broke. They're not dead, but they're broke. That's okay. They took some hits for me. We'll see if they heal after the battle. I don't think they do. I really don't think they do. You're not gonna get. Just go get him. It's foggy. What are you doing the moonwalk for? What's that? That autocalc is so inaccurate. Said we were gonna lose this. Okay, dogs do not heal, but it also didn't prevent anyone else from healing, so instead they just kept me from taking extra damage. It's fine. Ooh, oh, that's great news. Let's grab some survivors. Because the archers are anti-large, let's go archers. Every auto-resolve is defeat, so we're just gonna play it all. It's fine. Auto-resolve is just a recipe to lose the game anyway, through attrition. Melee defense. I don't want to fight there. Alright, so the actual, like, humans have longer arms, so they can shoot the bows further. 65 versus 40, or 65 versus 50. Better accuracy, better damage. Better in every way. That's what it is. That's fine. It's totally fine. The turkey meat does not care. We still get anti-large. Speaking of anti-large, do they have spearmen? Yeah, they do. They're 2 spearmen, 2 cavalry. These ones are going to get around. That's probably okay. I wanted these to... Well, those are spears. No, don't go hit the spear. charge. Took some damage there. But we do get a big heal. Yep, there we go. Back in business. Do we keep going with the Goblin Rabble? I could get rid of these wolves and get wolves of my own that'll heal. I don't mind the idea of stacking the Rabble still. Getting that silver. I think for as far as archers go, I'm probably not going to stick with the Goblin Archers. The range is just too short. We'll pick up whatever other archers, because archers, if we do our jobs right, they won't be getting hit. They won't take as much damage. So the fact that they're not healing automatically is not as big of a deal. But I do still have the dogs. So let's get the Rabble. Okay, we're at 26, so I don't need this anymore in order to gain my interest. We're getting max interest. We're going to keep recruiting here. Just because I've got another slot. I can get a traditional anti-large, but we're about to lose these hounds, I think, so I'm just going to get ready to replace them.
Let's talk about gold.
Prestige is to max. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Okay. I don't know if I want to use that until I have something of higher quality, though. I'm not going to spend more, though. I don't want to drop below our 25.
Goodbye.
And then we might go here in Prestige. Although if we go to the right, I can raid another town. Another town means another relic. It's uncommon, so there will be a little bit more to fight. I don't really need to heal, and otherwise it's just prestige, right? Which would be interesting. If I get a prestige on one of these Goblin Rabble, then we can be well on our way to make a golden one, you know? Save a lot of time. But the fights is another unit as well. And we're healing so much. And we want to go to the town because we got the aura farming, right? So we want to do that. Okay. Do I risk an auto-resolve just to see how much we heal? I don't think I should. I really don't think I should. I'm going to fight this out. Auto-resolve is a trap. Graveload asks, what is prestige and what is golden? Great question. So, if you are familiar with something like, say, Teamfight Tactics or Hearthstone Battlegrounds, those sorts of where you match 3 and you can upgrade them, you can bind them into a better version. So I've got, these are all, let's call them copper level units. If I take 3 Goblin Rabble, I can combine them, not in battle, but outside of battle. I can combine them into a silver level unit, which will get plus 10 melee attack and plus 10 melee defense. When we only have 22 and 18 of each, like that's a 50% increase, right? That's a huge amount. But we lose the field presence of 2 of the 3 units, because the 3 all combine into 1 and they have the same unit count. They don't have 3 times the units in them. So it just is 1 unit that gets stronger at the cost of spending 2 of your other guys, which is why I wanted to fill up my hand here, my units, and have some in reserve. That way I can handle that loss. If you get 3 silvers, likewise, you can combine them into a gold for another plus 10. So a golden Goblin Rabble will be plus 20 and 20, so we'd actually be more than double on the, well, at least on the defense, and doubling the offense. And so that's a huge deal. But what's nice about my faction is I actually have some bonuses to these common guys, which makes me feel like normally if it's a common level card, right? So you kind of have a green background on these because he's an uncommon unit, whereas this is a common unit at the rabble. Uncommon, rare, legendary, those are all in the game. So normally common units you're not going to keep around very long, but the goblin leader, the faction, does give an extra bonus of like 4 melee attack, go forth my hordes, to the common goblin unit. And so because of that, I'm kind of feeling like, you know, I can maybe keep them around longer. Prestige, oh sorry. So prestige lets you just upgrade a card straight to whatever one level higher without combining. Thanks for clarifying the question. So I don't lose the 2 other units. I would keep my total, and one of them would just turn silver. There was a shop item a second ago that would actually not just go straight to silver, it would go straight to gold, a double upgrade, which in theory would cost 9 or 8 of the 9 units that you're combining, right? Because you get 3 to get the silver, and then you need 3 more to get another silver, and then 3 more to get another silver. And then all 3 silvers combined into 1 golden. That potion would have meant one guy goes straight to golden without losing anybody. He loses like 90% of his health, but you just heal him back up. So anyway, that was a great potion. I didn't have the money for it though. So we've got our melee, our shields, our spears, one of everything. I do have something for my cavalry to go get, so that's the archers. That. And then no charge bonus in here except my ogres don't mind. So do I pull them out of it? Yeah, we don't want to accidentally fight in the enemy bonus. We're gonna play outside of it because they should come to me anyway. And oh my, this is total accident, and the AI is not taking this into account. The mist wraiths are ethereal, right? So they are unburdened and not slowed by terrain. So they are ignoring the minus 50% speed. They're just charging straight ahead. It's not slowing them down to keep them with the minus 50% speed of everybody else. So we're going to be able to go our entire army against this and take it out first. And that's good because this is their uncommon unit. Everything else, except for the archers, are common. That's the threat, and we get to combine forces on them. Yeah, just go get him. I don't know if the cavalry going towards the archers is going to work at all unless the archers completely come out of it. We eliminate it. Archers are already firing. We should be able to eliminate it before the rest of the army shows up, though. Now, I do have my ogres are up against spearmen. That's not great, but I've got the archers on the case. I think the ogres will be fine. All the archers are already out of ammo. It's so fast. The dogs are doing a very poor job, but of course we didn't have any charge bonus. So, they're okay. We actually really didn't take much, because he'll... Yeah, they're fine. Okay, more trolls! I do really like these trolls. The fact that they're terrifying. I could go for the... These are actually really good. They're shielded and anti-infantry. Those are really good. So I don't have very many shielded units, and shields will protect you from arrows. And most of the time, my cavalry units, their job in life is chasing down archers who have arrows. So shielded cavalry is actually pretty rare. So this would allow me to chase down the arrows, the archers with impunity. And it's anti-infantry, so I can do all the things. This is a great cavalry unit. This is I'm enjoying my one guy, but I think we're gonna do this, and very soon I'm gonna be getting rid of some of these other things. And we can get the mist wraiths. I probably should have looked at what was even there. I'll just get the archers. It's fine. But now that we have these on the reserve, it is going to be time to start merging. We're going to prestige one of them. Now I can bring everyone into the fight. But he's got more. So that was the act of prestige on that. Now I can sell the miter and prestige a random unit when the miter is sold, so I could do that too. But this should have reduced your defenses. Yeah, so we're going to keep fighting these. Your spear. A lot of spears. So hopefully all that answered your question. But you saw how we lost 2 of our rabble merged into that, the goblins, so we don't have nearly as wide of a front. And I like having a strong front line. Oh, I always forget they have walls. Okay, but there's no archer over here, so this side should be fine. And we'll have our cavalry? I don't know if shields prevent the tower damage, but we're going to do it anyway. Some trebuchet, some gobblepolts. We're gonna work on that. Yeah, I'm gonna primarily have those guys go first. The other 2 cavalry I'm not attached to at all, but I want to keep my dire riders. Forgot it wasn't paused. Yeah, they are taking some damage, but the shields are a 35% damage or chance to block. It's not a perfect chance at all. So me doing this looks bad. Looks really bad. I don't like that at all. Should have sacrificed the dogs. Anyway, I'm going to back off everything because those are spearmen as soon as the walls are down. Yeah, I didn't like that much damage. They will heal some, but it won't be a full heal. Nope. Okay, where's your... Got your archer there. In case you're wondering what's on my screen, it's the other player. The undead player. Me. The archers are coming up last. Spear, spear, sword. I wanted this to die. Okay, back up. We're already out of ammo. No, it's just these. Okay, that's... I wanted to get to those archers, but because it was spearmen up front, I felt like I couldn't. Go through the wall. Don't go inside. You're not going to fit. They're just out of ammo, so we just absorbed that full. Okay, fine. Now you're in the other tower. Well, we messed this one up. That much is clear. Anything to do with walls, I don't like. Good to see you, Honey Badger, by the way. Hope the kiddo's doing alright. The pumpkin pie! So if we enter town peacefully, we can full heal. I don't know about that. Ooh. Okay. Fog, though. I've got all these archers. Now, I like the fact that they're anti-large. Don't get me wrong. I do like that. Should be able to take on those large monstrous things pretty easily. But not from a far distance because of the fog. Gonna fight in the swamp? Does he have archers at all? Nope. Yeah, we could just kind of hang out in the swamp if we really wanted. Christfeed, hey, good to have you. And by the way, since you're over there on Kick, Kick is telling me that I'm having issues, that it's misconfigured, it's at the wrong resolution. I haven't changed a thing. I have not touched this for months. But today, Kick says it is wrong. I even stopped the stream and started it over again. So let me know if you don't mind if there is any hiccups in the stream. I'd really appreciate it. I don't really feel like I can do anything about it, but at least I'll know. Seems fine. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I really am. Here comes the large epic guys. Giant rats, I think they are. They look like it. So these things coming around the side, that's not good. I'm not prepared. My silver one is the one on the outside, not engaging yet. Seems disastrous. Oh, that's... It's my cavalry they're going for. Yeah, but I still got the wrong guy on the wrong side. Disaster. These other guys can't actually walk through my own units. I told them forever to go down here, and they're just stuck. They're just stuck. Everyone's just stuck. This is very ugly. My worst battle performance yet, I think. That one just ran. Kid's doing well. Gaining plenty of weight and acting like are always starving him. Definitely having been having rough past couple of nights. Been wanting to eat, but getting worked up to eat and then getting a negative feedback loop that prevents him from eating because he's too worked up. Yeah. Oh yeah. Been there. And we were trying to avoid giving him the bottle because we like to not rely on the bottle. Yep, we did that too. For an easy meal and yep, which has happened a couple times. Yeah. No, that's a great philosophy, but it's tough, and you're just right there in the thick of it. But I'm glad to hear that you are, I mean, at your home, you're able to be doing these things. These are all good things. Might get the corpse claws if we try really hard. Nope. I do want to combine those guys, but we're not quite ready yet, I don't think. I did lose a few of my archers there, too. We could go to a friendly city and full heal with the pumpkin pie. Let's consider that. After the skirmish. With Bloodsworn. And of course it's fog. I went 4 archers and it's fog everywhere. I'm going to actually just take some of these archers out. Because these guys, oh, this guy can't, but we don't care. These guys, that way they can heal. Accuracy, that's not gonna help, that's archers. I'm just gonna fight over here. Yeah, I'm not gonna have the wounded guy lead the way. Should have thought about who's positioned where. They don't have cavalry, do they? No. Still going for my hurt guy.
No problem. Ready for war.
I'd like to get a charge or two in on these before the epic spearmen arrive. Got the encircle. I just have low tier units. And this right here, this pole axe, is the tough one. Starting to lose the line though. Eliminated one. Lost the Gruntkin there. Lost the other Gruntkin. Finish this. Okay, not pretty. Not pretty, but we got there. I think... Did I actually totally lose some units? I might have. What's the dice roll at the beginning mean? It's initiative. So, because it's not a simultaneous setup, I I don't lose people. They're just really, really, really hurt. Basically, it just means one side has to place first on the board, and then the other side gets to see what they're up against and place their armies accordingly. You roll low, you go first. That's bad. You roll high, they go first, and then you can place accordingly. Ooh, random potions, so we can use these. More potions. Rerolls the last die roll. Gold. Yeah, let's go ahead and by tripling. Actually, hold on. If I triple these now, since all three are hurt, I'll get a full health one, and then I'll bring this guy in, and he'll be full health. Well, I don't even know if I'll bring him in. I have to think about that. Yeah, I probably am, because I still want to get golden. So yeah, let's go ahead and prestige these. Full health. Grab the new one. Full health. And then we still want that Bloodsworn. Did not get it. Did not get it. Don't I have a bone spear guy? I do. Might as well get another. Now we could fight a garrison, but this is my own people. Let's enter the town. We'll get a full heal. Which I didn't really guess I needed to do all that other stuff. Oh yeah, recruiting is so expensive, but even so, I've got the money now. I feel really good, actually, about our money situation. We did get epics. We got the Gobblepult and the Enforcers. They're armor piercing, terrifying, which is very similar to our trolls, but our trolls are large. This is just a force of melee guys. But we also can get some anti-infantry catapults, and I think that's the no-brainer here. Yeah. I can just buy more, but I'm not. It's fog again. Why? Okay, you have no archers brought, but you have some very scary ones. If it wasn't foggy, I would be 100% excited about bringing archers, because they're all my archers are anti-large, thanks to Turkey. As everyone knows, Turkey is inherently bringing the power of anti-large. It's the naps that you take after. Shade Lords is their legendary armor piercing, anti-infantry armored. That is scary too. They actually have just a ton of large, because they got the melee cavalry, this, like, what, 6? Well, there's 9 here. 5 of the 9 are large. So I'm going to bring both my spearmen, even though they're commons, and I'd love to have my archers. Do I not bring the artillery here? Because artillery is not going to be able to hit much. I mean, I could have the artillery focus on the Shade Lords. That would make sense. But the artillery's range is going to be hurting. And it's not going to have anti-large for the rest. Maybe we swap the artillery out. Seems crazy. No, the artillery would actually be really good against the Shade Lord. I could just swap out one of the Goblin Rabble. But I need to keep both these on the sides. This is still a front line. As silly as it is, it is a front line. Wish I could just bring everything. I kind of feel okay about it, except I would like to bring in the artillery. With the artillery losing range, though. With the fog? No. I can't rely on the artillery. With the fog, I can't. If it wasn't fog, I'd bring the artillery. And we have to go first. I could put my back to the swamp. Or I could put my back to the wall and have this small angle of attack. I do have my troll. That might be something. No, I'm not going to move into the... Well, this is the legendary right up front. But it's the two knights I'm worried about. This, I cannot let this guy engage. He's got to fight that other knight. Hold on. Do I get this other spearman for that knight? I think I do. Which means I gotta swap everybody. I don't know if they will because of the slowness, but the enemy's slowed as well. And this crisscross here is usually very bad. But so far, they're navigating it. Enemy's getting close. Some of them are getting outside of that. This is going to be a lot. So these are both my silvers. Okay, yeah, I am glad. How come they seem to be... I guess it's 35 speed, but they seem to be going way faster than they should be. That's the wrong direction. Okay, now, there you go.
Victory will be ours. Victory will be ours.
We got like one spearman doing his thing. The rest are hanging back here saying, I don't know about this. Oh, I guess there's a couple of those right there. I need a zoom distance that's half that. So these are the legendary. I haven't even touched those yet. Already losing a guy. I think I shouldn't be using the swamp. I think that's counting against me more than it's helping me. Feel. Well, the fog is also really hurting me. They have no archers, so the fog is 100% detrimental to me. Every battle's been fog. My spearmen are losing to this. You have one job, spearmen. Oh, that's bad. It's really bad. Soldiers are not going to be able to handle the three groups. I think everyone else is losing. I think this is my first loss. I do believe we are facing my first loss in 6 runs. Brought archers to a knife fight. What is this mix of units? I don't want to talk about it. It's embarrassing is what it is. It's trying to cope with the fog in every run, despite having built archers. The archers have anti-large. Okay, that was a big help right there. That was a huge break. We can hit the legendary guys in the back. We might survive. We are running low on ammo. In fact, we actually are out of ammo. Just about everybody. Yep, there they go. You got one more shot. Hold the line! Oh no! And trolls, I needed you. Alright, Silver Goblin. I am counting on you. Save the day. Okay, there's one full health thing. I don't have any spearmen left. Okay. Okay, we're doing this. Victory. I never doubted. Never doubted. Can we stop having fog now? Oh, wow, again. Let's see, I don't know if there's any combines I can make if I recruit first. We'll just have to drop something. Because we obviously have to try to get Shade Lord. Yeah, the undead pikes for sure. It was just I needed something to hold the line. Or I could merge them. So the Bloodsworn Knights are the clear winner here. They do Sunder. But I kind of was enjoying the Dire Riders. Like I don't wanted to, if I was gonna have cavalry, I wanted it to be them. Well, I've got another rider as well. I've got Knight Riders too. Like I've got something. They're not nearly as there's no bonuses there. Like Bloodsworn Knight clearly better. But I have something. And what I'm looking at is if I merge these, then I can at least have the skeletons heal. Like I can get in my uncommon unit of my own type without having to lose anything. I'm not trying to actually have undead units. I'm trying to have my units, so that my units heal, right? Like the goblin, not the goblin, but the horde units, they all heal after battle. So I don't want my army to be composed of anything but those. It's just, this is the situation. Yeah, most army, that's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get back to that. But we merged a bunch of our rabble is how we lost most of them. And so I had just a bunch of other stuff plug in the holes. I'm just going to merge. And then recruit, and this is what I'm actually hoping to be good here. Well, one of the things you're probably not noticing is I've got Turkey, so all my archers are anti-large. It's just I don't have good archers that are my faction, which is why I was kind of considering these. It's just the uncommon only having 7 missile strength, but they do have the 75 range. But like all archers are anti-large right now. But if I do have them, then yeah, I could be freed up of the actual spears. I don't really see myself getting to use the backstabbers without them being outrider as well. It just double damage is double damage, but it still doesn't seem that great. Don't build. You don't tell me what to do. You don't know. Orc archers have speed. I wasn't really looking at speed at all. 33? 25. 30. Well, yeah, I would have to flank with them. I just not excited about it. This is King 6 difficulty. So you've been here for a lot of my runs. You've actually witnessed just about every, like I've only ever played on stream. So I've played 5 runs so far total, of all time, 5 total, and we've won all 5. So we're on 6 now. But this is the closest I felt like losing. So we're probably just gonna rest here. Get back on our feet. The fog. I'm tired of the fog, though. I'll tell you what. And I should be guaranteed a 20 roll at an event, so I would like to go that direction. I don't know if it's working as intended, but I should be. Double event? Yeah, I do. I do have it unlocked, the double event reward. And the 2 less required. But the 2 less required won't matter, because if the potion's working, I used it in the previous act. I don't know if it still is applying. I just used it because I needed to free up potion slots. So I don't see anywhere to tell me that I've got it on, you know, my back pocket on my next roll. Alright, so I've got my 2 spearmen for the 2 knights. The trolls are still hurt, so I don't really want to get them too committed here. I'm going to be counting on the artillery to actually do its anti-infantry job on the halberdiers. Four units prestige on event. Let's see if we can. Okay, this is going to be awkward around the river. No, I want that a little closer, I think. Yeah. We can shoot those right at the start. First commander? Yeah. Like I said, I only played 5 total games, and this is my first run with any orcs whatsoever. So, yeah, this is our first run with it. First commander. We're just, you know, still new to the game. Not new to Total War, but new to the game. Got their melee infantry. Got to keep an eye on that cavalry. I don't know if the cavalry's going to go across here. Maybe they do want to have the... Where are you going? I had a bunch of goblin squads. You missed the start of the run. They all got merged to be silver. And then we've not gotten any more since. We had like 6 of them. Oh, that's beautiful. All right, the cavalry still haven't decided which side of this river they're going on. Everything else had. Only two. Problem.
We will crush them.
No, I'm gonna keep them. No. This is anti-large. Yeah, these guys are gonna come over here and help with that. Because I don't want the spearmen to be... The spearmen are going to be stuck fighting. They're not going to be able to fight that. So I need to get my other spearmen over too. I'm going to need to 2v1 that anyway. Never mind, I didn't realize they were going to just charge right down the middle like that. Okay, so we'll still have spearmen, but it's going to be a mix-up. It's not going to be good. Looks like they're charging my cavalry. I'm faster. We want to pull them back so I can have my spearmen engage. But this is going to be the ugly spot right here. Gravelow's wonders if I'm liking the game. Oh yeah, I love roguelikes and I love Total War. What's not to like? I like it a lot. I do wish that I could have the music playing. The music you're hearing is some royalty-free music. Because of YouTube, I cannot play the standard music that comes with the game. If you're wondering why it's not so as epic as the battle might allow for. Goblin rabble already crumbling. They were not meant for this. Finish this. These are anti-large. I need to actually be hitting the large units with them.
Let's give him hell.
Those are my guys running. Ugh.
We require assistance.
Not pretty, but we'll get there. Which is pretty much this whole campaign so far. Not pretty, but we'll get there. Should we be holding... Yeah, the only reason why I feel like the orcs are strong at all is that heal. I 100% agree, but I think that's just baked into it. That's why they have such large units that are low defense. You're going to have the units like getting killed off left and right and then coming back. This is just how it's built. I'm okay with that. I really am. Okay, I don't want to have this reroll used up yet. I don't want to use up the Rune Wall Nectar because that fills all 3. So we're going to hold that, which means in order to benefit from the potion, we're just going to use the other potion. And I'm probably just going to heal my archer. Sure. I mean, this gives more hurt. I could rotate out the archer, but I don't have another spearman, so... I was kind of hoping to get rid of this right now. Let's actually wait a second and recruit and do all that, see what we get. If I get the halberdier, then, you know, then that decision is made. But if I get a triple here... Oh, a shielded line. See, I'm not actually needing to stay with goblins. Like, at this point, we've already moved on from our common units anyway. We're not going to have massive goblin numbers. So I need a front line. Orc Ravagers could do that for me. Now, I've had a lot of success with these trolls, though. The trolls have been great. I would love to get more of them. So that's where I'm deciding right here. Is the Ravager would actually be very nice because I don't really have a front line. They're breaking every time. Yeah, 20 more damage every... Yeah, but they've got to have 50%. So it's not going to be the whole time unless I start getting tanky guys. Like, I'll be able to maintain it more with healthier... units, I would think. But the 20 damage is a lot. Each other Gruntkin squad, yeah. Hold on, does my... Move cat. Move. Did my... archers get that too? Yeah, so they would get the weapon strength. So their missile strength is not 5. It's potentially 25. And then double damage against the large. Like, that's actually really respectable. Ever Siege? Yeah, I actually have several streams of that with friends. Had a lot of fun with it. Really did. Oh, it's only weapon strength, not missile strength. Okay, thanks for the clarification. But yeah, Ever Siege is a good roguelike. We had a lot of fun. I would definitely say if you're not playing with friends, don't buy it. But if you do have 1 or 2 buddies to play with, Ever Siege is a good time. It's a good time. But it's very reliant on having friends to play with, I think. Okay, is it going to be the Troll or the Ravagers? You're more solo? So yeah, I kind of think it's a slog solo. I've played a couple rounds of Ever Siege solo, just did not enjoy it. Because with Ever Siege, and sorry everyone who has no idea what the game is like that I'm talking about, and I'll be brief, but it's a Hero Siege game if you played like Warcraft 3 or StarCraft 2 custom games. So you're basically playing an action RPG that's like a roguelike action RPG in a non-giant campaign. It's like in a single session type thing, like a mission would be in a Warcraft or StarCraft game. And basically the enemies are always pushing your base. You can upgrade your base to send guys to push back, and you know, you're going to go around into the neutral ground and go to little things, get treasure, upgrade, get new skills, all of that. But the problem with single player is that you can't go and enjoy the leveling experience because you're always just having to defend. Your base is constantly getting attacked, and so you can't just go leave. With multiplayer, somebody can defend while the other ones are going out and exploring, and you trade off. But it just doesn't let up for single player, so it's a chore. All right, is it going to be the Troll or the Ravagers? Like, if you're playing single player, and if this is appealing, this is a great buy, I think, and it's on sale right now. You'd take the Troll. What is nice about taking the Troll right now is that we can potentially be on our way to getting the silver as well, and that would, you know, 100% we're going to be using that to the end of the game, like silver, gold. I was hoping to get a golden goblin. That's why we still had this other guy. I was hoping. Not really feeling it's happening. Orcs and Trolls, good points. Good point. Unless you played later, which I did not, but the goblins were added into the Horde later. I did not play that, so I finished with Wrath of the Lich King. Probably gonna, yep, we're gonna grab this. So this is probably the skeletons dropping. And I'm totally fine with that. Items. Oh yeah, I agree. I wasn't planning on, again, if you were to go back and watch like the start of the stream, I was like, you could have goblins with this build, but I really wasn't planning around it. I was planning on goblins getting me to Act 2, which is about where we're at. Like I was saying, like, okay, common units, you could make them good, but you have to build specifically for it. And this is my first time even with the factions, so wasn't trying to do it. Now, I did use the guarantee roll 20 potion in the previous act and have not rolled a 20-sided die since. However, I feel like I've done that before in one of my previous runs, and it got used up. It didn't apply. And my running theory was that even though the encounter die is a 6-sided die, and the potion set a 20, I got a 6 right after that on the next encounter die, and then I had an event, and the event was a regular roll. I am thinking this is not going to guarantee 20, and it'll be whatever, because we already got a 6 in the past. That's what I'm thinking. Alright, so powerful item, only if you perform a dark deed. Her eyes, dark and unyielding, watch for your reaction, as the weight of your choice hangs heavy in the air of her shadowy herb-scented lair. Gear drop. What does gear drop mean? Does gear drop mean just an item here? I guess it has to. And why would that be better than gear drop and prestige? It's probably more. Request your loyal squire to perform the dark deed in secret. Two prestige. But I can do the handoff, 2 prestige, and get 2 gear. Like, that seems like this is the way to go right here. But I don't think it's a guaranteed 20. Honestly, I don't think I'm getting the guaranteed 20. Let's do this. Yeah, it didn't happen. So that potion somehow got used. Either it was used because the very next roll, and I wasn't watching then, maybe somebody watches the VOD and finds out, but either the very next roll was a 6 in the main, just in a battle, in the initiative, and it was wasted, or the fact that it was a previous act, or even just the fact that it wasn't right now, getting used right now. And I did have this potion to re-roll if I needed to. Not that one. This one to re-roll, but we got it. So we accept. And it's going to make me sell something, so we'll do our miter thing as well. The Gobblebolt and the Night Riders. Okay. Got prestiged. We're going to sell this. And this is, I think, still meaning I can't do it unless I sell another one. Huh. Or maybe not. First gear pack in shop is free. I only got one. So I lost the natural 20. But I do feel like in my previous run last week, I don't remember the details, but I do feel like it was the same act, and I just had a battle between the shop and me, or the event and me, and I did not get it applied. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I only got one item, and that could have been because I clicked it before I got rid of another, but I didn't want to risk selling 2 and only getting 1, so here we are. Oh yeah, what prestige? I guess it was the archer here from the selling the miter. Okay. Now I do get gear pack and so we can get a gear from one of these shops, but I still have to sell something. We can get multiple shops if we hug the left. I don't mind doing events or gambling because I have at least the one reroll, not this. Yeah, we're not, that's because we got him weak there. I really don't want to play this out. I'm going to auto-resolve, but I do feel like it's going to take damage, and it really shouldn't. Really shouldn't. Okay. Oh, and I should have moved you out to heal. Ah, mistakes. Ooh. Ooh. All right, these are conflicting. Either we have smaller garrisons or we have the full heal. So I can get rid of one or the other. I kind of like this, definitely like this. And I don't want to keep this forever, but I would like to at least benefit from it once. Like, get a gear pack and then sell it, right? Like, replace it for free. So I'm going to get rid of one of these two. I feel like the pumpkin pie is more universally useful. It's just with this faction, it's slightly less useful because the more of my own units I get, the more consistently full health will be. Well, assuming I do my job right. Yeah, we're not keeping any of these. Skip. What's the rest site? I might train. Yeah, I think I'm gonna train. Hey, the troll. Like that.
How can I help you?
Okay, so that is free. Okay. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down. All right. Yep, we'll just get it right back. Now, potentially, like, if I wanted to do the goblin thing, I would actually go through shops and make sure I get common units. Like, that's how we would get it, but I'm not. Just...
See ya.
Rain. I do have my reroll, so we could go gambling. We could go to the castle and raid it. Get an item that way. Be a battle. Oh. Some rare ranged. Oh, and I didn't move my guys around. Oh. Well. I know the one guy did need to heal, so that was fine, but the rest I should have looked at. Everyone else is full health. Excellent. Except for the... And I wanted to bring in my better troll. Mistakes were made. All right, enjoy your run. I'm gonna back up and just utilize my catapult.
Will do.
Like, obviously, we're going to shift everything.
Ready for battle. It shall be done. As you wish.
Oh, it's going to do the bug thing where they don't move because I brought artillery? Is that right? Alright. Oh, they're moving. Just trying to keep an eye on where the cavalry's going. And I gotta get my own cavalry around. I'm actually kind of terrified of their rare guns. Take like one shot at this and then switch. Might hit everyone, in fact. Should be safe to say that the spears need to be off to the right. Which they are. You were not loaded beforehand? What's your deal? Should have been ready to go. It's very satisfying. Yeah, I enjoy that quite a bit. Well, their archers are way up front.
Nothing I can't handle. Let's give him hell.
I don't know why they charge their archers in like that. Should be, yeah, embrace, so this shouldn't hurt. Of course, they're charging in.
We will crush them. Ready for war. We require our speed.
Archer's doing some work. So is our not silver troll. Also doing work. There's the other troll. It's still worth it. The orc stalkers could be worth it too, but the dire riders is what's we're gonna swap out the night riders for, I think. I really want the other troll, but because we got the silver, it's not as big a deal now. I'm not gonna get this plus another. Oh, we got these guys. Be still my heart. And they're armor pierce. So they're going to be anti-large, armor pierce with extra 4 missile strength. I gotta get them. Am I just going to drop my Gabo archers? They don't get, like we just talked about, they don't get the 20 missile strength. It's only weapon strength. So yeah, I don't think they're any good at all. The only advantage is that they heal, but they have less range than my other common archers, and I'd rather have them. Alright, we're gonna fight, but I'm gonna move stuff. All those need to heal. What did I leave myself with? Got artillery. Super cool new pikemen. Some trolls. Everyone needs some trolls. Don't have many archers. He doesn't have any. He doesn't have any large. This is perfect. Perfect timing for that. No spearmen either. But it is a castle. Oh, I've got to play this out. But at least I got artillery now. Yeah, this should be fine. Craghack, glad to have you. Thanks for the YouTube sub. Hope you're enjoying the content. Looks like there are archers both sides, but at least this doesn't have... Yeah, we're just going to fight over to the right again. This time, because we have artillery, we're going to wait back here. Need to work on my notification things. I don't know how to fix it. But they're delayed and not ideal. This is going to take a second. I'm going to use up most of my ammo on it. They're protected by the walls. I do miss the Total War Siege. As clunky as it is, this feels a little more clunky. I mean, it does. I appreciate that it's simplistic, though. It does need to stay simplistic. But just the fact that I've got artillery that cannot shoot over that wall is silly. It's a hard balance to strike, I think. Are we not going to finish this in time? Is all my ammo? That's awful. Come on. More? One more. Got it. Okay. Woo. That was not pretty. Okay, but we do have archers, so let's go get them. This is why we have shielded cavalry. They're not even shooting yet. I think... There they go. I think the AI struggles with these battles too. I do want to get to that. I wonder if I can get one of these in and loop around. This is just going to be a mess again. Where are you going? Don't do that! Ah, why do you do this every time? No, why are you going that way? That gate is closed. Oh, you're fighting the guys who are running through the wall. I gotcha. Alright, whatever. And we do get to heal that back up, so that's good. Oh. Sells for the combined value of other gear. I'd have to make room though. I guess we're not using the pumpkin pie that much, but if we do need it, we need it. Just not gonna worry about it. We got money. Do I replace the common archer here with the Skorgmargdar archer? I also like the shield maintenance too, because they terrify and they're shielded. Not bad. And don't forget, like the other archers would have anti-large too. Like the only reason why the commoners have anti-large is because of my turkey. So it would be we'd gain 10 range, same accuracy, 2 missile strength, and 150 ammo. It's better in every way. I think we just replace it. Although I could replace this one instead. But I do like that these have 75 range. They lose the missile strength, but I like the range. Oh, and those are uncommon. They've got the ammo anyway. Yeah, this is. Okay, another shop or event. I'm gonna go event because we got double value. Although the shop and event we could do. Shop first. What do I want at the shop? Maybe a potion, but I'd have to, like, I've got plenty of potions. I gotta re-roll, I've gotta use this up. And then I've got the refill, which means we have to use the, if we want any value here. Not getting any value. Let's go this way. One of our mercenaries recounts a disturbing dream of a great beast stalking the camp. The air feels heavy with tension. Health, we're going to go prestige. Only needing 4. Done. So the rabble's now golden, and then our rare archer just got promoted as well. That's great. Okay, I want to bring in my guys here. I think I'm going to drop one of our dire riders to do it. These things still need to heal. This guy could technically heal and I could keep my dire rider. It's not the end of the world. He only has the one cavalry. Let's do that. We'll roll. Question is, which side is his cavalry going to be? We don't know.
As you wish. Certainly.
These are both outriders. I could potentially do some shenanigans here. He does have some archers, I think. Yeah. Oh, he's got the... They're going to turn and fight me, aren't they? Yeah, they're turning and fighting me. Oopsie. And, oh, the river's not a complete river. We can do some... And the fact that they're splitting up is great, too. Like, it's still doing its job. So nice. Yeah, the artillery is having a great time with this. I'm assuming that the cavalry is going to come across here, but I don't really know for sure. Not sure where they're trying to go. They're getting nowhere fast. Did not tell you to go across the river. I guess I told him to attack, and that's the problem. Take it. You decided you're buying the game? I'm enjoying it. I am enjoying it. There's a meta progression too, as well. So like the money, you'll notice I have all this money. I'm not spending it. It's because I'm going to spend it on the meta progression. I figure when I get to the harder difficulties, I will need all that meta progression. Okay, with full heal, everyone full health. Nice. Get our triple. Script some new halberdiers, which we already have, which is awesome. Gotta decide who we're bringing, but first we got to see what we're looking at. We have anti-large, right? I don't need anything in the town, which is probably why I need to get rid of the pumpkin pie. Okay, so archers anti-large. We're going to bring in some archers. Still need an actual front line. Like the rabble, they're trying real hard. They've done a good job for what they are, but I can't rely on them forever. I need to get my catapults back in, don't I? Or do I? Like, they've got common infantry. This is anti-infantry. The red horns. A garrison. Why do I keep forgetting this? Okay, so once again, we have to use all of our ammo to just break down the gate. And that's... I'm glad I brought it, but that's all it's going to do. I forgot how awkward these are. Okay, what do you got? Archer, shield. No archer, but you're in the middle there, and I can't reach. Yeah, it's always the right side. Potentially, I could go up there and just fight the gate. I wonder if these have more health. It actually is a different... I haven't paid attention. Are these gates stronger? 750? It says common. It's not like it's showing that it. But I guess I just have to pay attention to the health and all that.
It will be done.
Hey, Mike. Good to see you.
Awaiting orders. Lead me.
We're throwing goblins at this. Slow it down so we can see. There they go. Be close again. Do you have one more? Yes, you got one more.
Yes. Ready for battle. Right away.
Make sure I don't accidentally move in the range of that. It's not showing me the range. Let's go to the other side.
Absolutely. Right away. As you wish. Let's do this.
All right, here comes Lard. And the T-Rex. Don't want to forget about that.
Nothing I can't handle.
So our spearmen are for.
At your service. Right away. At your service. Ready for war.
Ah! Nope. Not like.
Let's give him hell.
The T-Rex! 3/4 of its life gone in 1 second. And there he's gone. He's gone.
Engaging.
All right. Moving along. And we lost one guy, but he came back. He's okay now. He got better. New, reduce the cost of uncommon packs. I'm not planning on buying any, so appreciate the offer. Oh, the Tricera platform. I didn't even know that was in the fight. I don't need the Leviathans. I mean, they're great. It's just I'm using trolls. We're using trolls. There are people. The Tricera platform is tempting. It has way less ammo, but way more missile strength. Look at our missile strength right here with only 50. The Gobble Pole, if you're not using it against our infantry, I think it's like everything else it's pretty bad at. Whereas the platform is pretty respectable. Do we swap out one of our archers that we're not using because we can't fit them all? $195 is a better number than 50. I agree. Ooh, legendary archers. I've not actually seen these. Outrider. So they're going to spawn behind me. They always do. Forest Dweller, Outrider. Well, but that actually could be a really good thing, because then if they're the only ones doing that, then we can knock them out. Okay, so what else do you have? You got Scary Archers, Spear, Cavalry, Artillery, lots of Cavalry. There is no front line. It's all Spear. I do need at least one Cavalry to go get his Artillery, but I only need the one. That's all I have, actually. I don't think Artillery is the way to go this time. This guy still hasn't healed. He does have this thing to break. Yeah, I kind of think we're going to go without the artillery. Ah. Of course. He's got the 3 cavalry. We're gonna hug aside. His job's gonna be his artillery. The game is too easy. It's not possible to lose. It's easy to lose if you put your mind to it. So, when I first got the game, I was told and warned, in fact, that the game is extremely hard. I think if you're a Total War veteran, you're gonna have a different perspective than somebody coming from, say, Slay the Spire, who sees roguelike and buys. You know, so Slay the Spire, roguelike, this. If you're just looking at the screenshots, you'd be like, okay, so it's a roguelike that I get to play out the battles, and you're just like, that's fine. But you need to know how Total War works to really be able to leverage your. I mean, you can learn it, but like I think it's a bigger learning curve if you've already had prior experience in the category. So far, I've not found it to be incredibly difficult, but I'm also not on the hardest difficulty. So I'm withholding that judgment until I get to the max difficulty, and then we'll talk. We'll talk. Actually, during all this conversation, totally forgot that this was going to be here. Totally forgot. I don't know. It's incredible. First try in hardest mode. So you're talking difficulty 10? Twice in a row? Okay, I have not gotten there yet. But I was kind of hoping that it would be a significant challenge.
Let's do this.
Yeah, because they're sitting there, so I'm not... That's so painful. I knew ahead of time that they were going to do this, and I forgot. That's how it goes. Most of the cavalry's off to the right.
We will crush them. Where do I go?
Not good strategy, but yeah, the AI... I don't think the AI is actually reacting to anything. I think it's simply targeting whatever's closest and going.
Victory will be ours. Let's give him hell.
I do need to go get that artillery. And I'm going to go the long way around. This is going to be bad.
Ready for war. Let's do this. Never surrender.
I don't want these guys having to go to the pole arm. Oh, now that was interesting how they split that. 'Cause I don't have spearmen on the left now. Really interesting.
Never surrender.
Oh, I didn't intend for these to get so far forward.
Yeah. As you wish. Victory will be ours. We will crush them. Let's do this. Victory will be ours.
Same speed. So we're going to get one charge and they'll catch me. I thought these guys were going to come around, but they joined back up. So. So in Total War, I've played a lot of Total War, not obsessively, but a fair amount. And I think in Total War, generally speaking, AutoCalc's going to give me a better result than manually playing it out. Now, I will, if AutoCalc looks like it's bad, I will manually play it, and there are many times where I actually do fairly well, and that's fine, and it feels great. That's like the appeal of Total War. But it's the polar opposite on this. On this, I feel like I have to manually do every battle, or else AutoCalc will punish me. But I feel the opposite. I feel like I'm getting punished if I play it out in Total War. So half the time, I'll play through like most of a campaign with barely doing any fighting at all, and not any manual battles at all in Total War. I'll be auto-calcing most of it. Those Rangers. The Gobblepolts! Wait, what am I looking at here? Is this the back of your head? What am I looking at? Wait. That's an ear. It's another ear. Why? Stand up! What are you doing? 355 weapon strength. Blood Frenzy. Yeah, it's a giant. It can't fit in the frame, I guess. It's weak. Well, there's only one of it. I actually think these guys look pretty good. Both anti-infantry and double damage while above 50% health. So glass cannon, if I have them flanking or something, it looks like they would just destroy everything. 1 unit squads. Yeah, every time I've had like where's my, these type of guys, like the armor piercing, and now they're anti-large too. Like the rare range. They have just one-shot all of the single units in every run. Yeah, I'm looking forward to multiplayer in this. What I don't know is if it'll be co-op or if it's PvP. Or maybe both. One can hope, right? Get all best of both worlds. Sten says Total War's all about the battles. Can understand autocalc, lopsided battles, but if you autocalc everything, the most part, why play? I would get bored of the game if I did that. And so part of the reason is most of the time when I play it, I'm playing co-op with another buddy, and it's a pain to, like, we'll play and we'll support each other. Like, he'll play and I'll run the cavalry around or the flying units or something. Or vice versa. And so we'll both be playing, but it's a lot of battles to not do autocalc every time. It just gets draining. You never get anywhere. So I really think that unless we want to try to triple the Gobblepult, which I don't think we do, it's going to be the Flesh Shredder Fanatics. Rolls off the tongue. It's just a glass cannon. They're OP? Well, then all the more reason for us to pick them up. The problem is, what are we losing? I still don't want to lose my rabble. I don't have anything to hold the line. I mean, I guess I've got these things now, but I feel like I need something else to hold the line. Yeah, exactly. You flank it and it just shreds. That is the plan. I probably don't need both of these artillery. This one is leveled, so we got the extra range. It's just doing poorly against castles. We need these archers. These ones are leveled up. They have good range just naturally. Like, I like our archers because we've got the Ring of the Elven King going. We've got the anti-large. Like, archers are actually doing really well right now. I think I'm going to drop maybe the Tricer platform. And yeah, we're definitely not doing the Gobble Bolt. I forgot, this is already silver, so this will not help me get that. I'm just going to do it. Let's go. And then, of course, we're going to get something here. We didn't get our big one. All right, how do you stack up? We got silver already. Our guy is anti-infantry, shielded large, outrider, which I can use the outrider sometimes. We actually had several good ones with that. These guys are shielded. They're armored, which means they can actually stay in the battle a little bit longer. The stalwart means they don't get fear. So there's that. Because they're not silver, they don't get the extra 10. Like, we're getting 10 melee attack and defense. They also won't heal, which is the big one. Weapon strength is more. Armor's way more. Speed is the same. Leadership is considerably more. 50% more. Charge bonus way more. Charge impact damage way more. Like, this is a more proper fighting unit. It's just, for what I'm currently doing with this faction, I like the fact that they heal. I think I'm going to stick with these guys. Yeah. I think I am. Sorry. All right, Act 3. Kind of hoping for someone else, anyone else, but we got that one. Okay. Treasure. We like events, so let's rain. I guess we can go this side. We double the event. It's like that's the only event. Needs to be more events. Passing up on the treasure, but I guess that's okay. Dragons. So it's all the large. All the single unit large, right? Like, there's 1-1. This is an army, and then this is... Okay, these I was... Yeah, they're not... It's just these are the only singles. But it is a ton of large. Oh, okay, we could actually see what they have first. Outrider. Just the one? I'm gonna forget about it in 30 seconds. Oh, and all the large units are slowed right now because of the rain. Right? Is rain just the speed? I think, yeah, I think we still get charge bonus. It's just the speed.
Moving. As you wish. None shall survive.
Definitely feel like we're relying on those for too long.
Where do I go? Let's do peril. Affirmative.
Oh, blood frenzy.
Where do I go?
He would sound asleep. And a dad joke. All right, we can do this too. That's right. Einstein. You've heard of him. Einstein has finally developed, or did finally develop, a theory about space. It was about time, too. Say sorry to the cat from us, still worth it. Yeah, so the cat is now on the desk in his spot. He's got a little... He's fine now. He has forgiven. Boo.
Victory will be ours. Right away.
Need this to be done.
As you wish. Lead me. Okay. Never surrender. I will oblige. Ready for war. A good let's do this. Let's give him hell. Haste.
Thing's just gone.
Let's do this. We will crush them.
This is why, like, I feel like everything else is great. I just don't feel like I have a front line, because if we took any amount of time longer, these gobos were gone. We let them use up their entire quiver of ammo too. I don't like that. I think it interrupt that in time. Of course, the rain wasn't helping. We did have cavalry. Rain was not helping there. Yeah, Orange Cat. This is a better spot, isn't it? Because now you get the belly rubs. He's kind of, you know, in outward appearance, he's all cat, but in behavior, he is pure dog. Like, just rub my belly, all of that. Gobble hold again. I think I'm skipping here. I need something for front. I need something I can swap the goblin rabble out. But other than that, like the fact that they still fully heal it, it's pretty good. I could swap the orc stalkers with the other archers, I guess. These are silver now. They got the extra range. Not really using the backstabbers. Like, I've already got stuff flanking. I don't want to mess with it. Let's go. Black dragons are cool, but I agree. They're kind of not doing their job. I think all the single units need the heavy shield just by default. I don't think we're picking up anything here too, so I should have just got the loot. Speaking of loot, we wanted the event. Large, large, large. Large. Large, large, and large. Huh. Okay. Should I change it out at all? I can bring this other guy in. He's anti-large. Having a third archer seems okay. This is anti-infantry. This is not his job. Like, we like him, but it's not his job. There's, like, literally nothing in this for him to fight.
Lead me. Coming. We are in peril.
Right, you... Whatever you're doing here. Trying to do my super fancy thing.
Right away.
Alright, we'll have the archers hit.
As you wish. As you wish. Will do. Affirmative.
Just trying to get most everyone in position for it.
Gladly. As you wish.
It's gonna be a mess. And this is why we kept the turkey all game. That is why, right there. All right, next.
Loud and clear. Affirmative. Affirmative. Will do. Allow day to die. Let's do this. Let's do this. Awaiting directive. Haste, my speed. Let's give him hell. Victory will be ours. Let's do this. Victory will be ours. Victory will be ours.
Yeah, the turkey on the archers is ideal for fighting this faction. We didn't know it ahead of time, but everything in this faction is large. We're pretty much full health. Ravagers, though. Is this going to be able to be more than, say, the silver ones here? So I can have a front line. So we'll have comparable melee attack and defense, and slightly better weapon, double the armor. Of course, half the unit count, right? But double the armor, a little faster, little better leadership. I think he could do it. I think we could swap it out. I think that's possible. I mean, they've done good, though. We've had them all game, 130 kills. Good. Proud of you guys. I think we're just gonna ransom. I don't think I wanted any of those. Sorry, I scoffed. It's not your fault that I was aura farming. So you have smaller garrison here. I think I can auto-resolve this. Okay. You never know. Doubles troop health recovery. Now, timeout. Not that we need it, but would that count as for our 30% heal for every battle? The endless hordes, this heal? Would we heal 60%? Is that a thing? I mean, obviously it's going to double the reserve recovery. Like that's a no question. But like, is that a thing? 60%? It probably is, and I could probably drop the pumpkin pie for it. I just don't... Either way, we're really not using it. But on the off chance that we can find out... And there's nothing here, right? Yeah. Event. No banners or intentions are unclear. Health. Harley. Really want a new unit from them. Or just gold. I guess it's just going to be gold, and we have a reroll if need be. And it's worse. Ow!
Let's talk about gold.
Increase prestige, so I can make something else. I can make something golden. It's really good. I'm probably going to. I can make the troll golden. Make our regiment here golden. I do like that. Should we do this just to see? Ooh. Do we sell something? Now I sell it, and then I do another one. We got a golden troll after all. Alright. Oh, and then we... Okay, so now we just get 20 interest. Generates double gold from interest. Collects up to 10 interest per turn. Why is it only saying 10 right here? Maybe it needs to update by us exiting.
Goodbye.
We are coming up to a castle, and I did get rid of my aura farming thing, so maybe I'm going to just buy around. A lot of ranged. We don't need all of our spears this time. I do need this. Don't necessarily need all the archers either. Hold on. What have I done? Got rid of the wrong archer. No, this is fine, though. Yeah, 20 interest, so that's fixed. Good. I would like to get this rune. I should just sell this potion and fill these. I want to see what we're getting. Reroll. Guarantees 20. Heals 50. Okay. Nothing that's going to, like, prestige further, that sort of thing. Okay. Gotta check, you know. I didn't even notice Orange Cat has relocated back to where he originally was on the couch. Oh. Oh. We're at a castle. Unfortunate. Artillery's right there. Well, at least Can I outrange it? 125. 135. If I play my cards right, I can outrange it and I can charge in my cavalry. Although, of course, he's got his spearmen right. But everyone stays behind this.
Affirmative. Awaiting order. No problem. Okay. Where do I go? As you say. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Go again. Planted a tree in the way, I'll have you know. I wonder if there should be more, like, tavern things happening. Affecting what's going on here. You know? Somebody spills a drink onto the table, and it's a flood. Kind of like, you guys remember? I never read the book, but the movie, The Never-Ending Story. Atreyu, Artax. But you know, like the whole thing was like something happens in the real world, and then it's like magnified, but it's still like it affects the story world. That's what I'm thinking. You know, like. Something happens out here, and it's like, okay, it applies to the board now. Always love still do. My kids like it. Oh boy, hold on. All right, this is the highlight of the stream. So, Going Tier, thank you so much for the offer to help me hit 1,000 viewers. $1,000 per stream. Dream come true. Because I can put a regal sloth on the screen. It's beautiful. I'm so glad that we can do this right now. Thank you for that. We are all so much richer now in spirit because of this experience. And yes, for those who are not on Kick to see, the ban did go through as well. Like it's not just blocking the visual. We have the ban as well. Alright, now we do have that. So this is awkward. He's got his spears and the artillery. And I want to get the artillery, but obviously we got to get around those spears.
As you go, moment. As you go, moment. Never surrender. Loud and clear. Taste my steel.
Now I want to get to the artillery before the rest of that arrive, and I don't know if that's too optimistic. Ah! No. There are spears through the yeah, we're gonna go. Just pass them by. Hey, Snoomer, good to see you. Glad you made it. Okay, spears are coming up. I don't know. Archer's just gonna walk right through these guys. It's gonna be great. Face the right way, you're getting hit in the back. You have shields. This tree is the worst. I can't see anything. No, let's not. I'm done. I'm done with that. Don't want to lose my guy. Yeah. That could have gone a lot better. We'll find out about that double heal. Everyone's just stuck. This pathing. They're just like, what's this? There's two guys in front of me, and I can't get through. I cannot walk here. Yeah, just about every castle fight's a disaster. Alright, let's see how if we get the double. So the 30%, we gotta figure out how much 30% would have been and see if we go beyond that. We'll just heal 7. 24 is his unit count, right? 24. So 30% is 8. And I was missing 8. Why did I only get 7? Wait a minute. Wait, how? Am I crazy? He should be healing 8. 30%. Oh, it's 33%. 33% would be 8. 33.3 repeating. But I think that's enough to tell us that this does not apply. The double troop health recovery. The one guy missing here. Yeah, it's going to round down, I guess. But the 30% leaves us with the round down, where we're missing one. The 60%, if this jug was working on the Gruntkin effect, where heals all Gruntkin units by 30% of their max health after winning a battle. I was trying to double troop health recovery, so I was trying to get 60% after winning a battle. That clearly did not happen. We only healed 30%. So this thing's going. I'm dumping this as soon as I can. We're going to loot a gear, and we're going to swap it out. And it's new! 2 bonus interest for every empty gear slot. I have no gear slots. Why? The one loot I can't use. I mean, if this isn't doing anything anyway, we can sell it for 2. And we get 2 whole gold out of the deal. I'm going into the shop and get more loot. Nice.
Let's talk about gold.
All your empty potion slots. I can just sell these and get new random potion. I have 2 shielded units, so that is better than what this is doing. Just 2, though. This is not a shielded unit game, so I could do very well to just sell to get another gear pack. But first I wanna click this, I think. I wanna sell or use all these potions and then just re-roll them all. I can't remember what they do though, so I want this to go away. Re-rolls the last die roll. That's not. There's like no die rolls left, right? Unless actually I could use this on a initiative, right? Initiative. And this might even affect initiative. We were theorizing about that. I'm gonna drink that instead of get the 4. And let's see in our next battle, do we get a 6 or not? I don't think we should, but I have a theory that we are. And then I can just have this. Should we get another one? We like loot. So this is a free reroll, right? And this is not considering the first. I guess for science we could do this too. Okay, so I'm just gonna sell, even though this is kind of nice for the 2 guys that are using it, but I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna collect this, and I just want to see, by collecting this, if it's gonna consider first gear pack since I've had the item, or first gear pack since I entered the store. So, does this drop to 0? It did not drop to 0. And I can't look at the map. I don't think I have another shop coming up. So, therefore, this is worthless. We're selling, and we're gonna get another one. Oh my goodness. No! I can't. It's, at least it sells for 4. The pumpkin pie is back. Alright, we'll just take that. We will take it. Let's continue on.
See ya.
Yeah, because, well, this is even, I could heal here. I wonder, is there really any benefit for us fighting the garrison here? I could just enter the town, heal up, not buy anything, and go to the last one. I don't, because what we would get like maybe 10 gold. We could recruit one of their units. These look pretty great actually, but I don't have the shield. I got rid of the shield. Just no need. What's Autocock say? Victory. Now, normally I'd still say we need to play it out just because it's super anticlimactic to auto-resolve, but I need to do a bio break, so I'm going to auto-resolve. Hey, we lost our first unit for the run. And that is new hero unlocked. We are 6 for 6. And I'm just take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. We're gonna do level 7. We'll do another faction as well. So BRB, hang in there. Okay, welcome back. To me, I guess. You guys stayed. We got some new stuff for our collection. Saw some new units. Definitely saw a lot more of these guys' units. But what's most exciting is the upgrades. Got 377 to play with. I think I decided I really wanted to get the required gold to generate interest down. That is on my list. Guarantees a consumable drop post-battle, which is nice because if you see what they are, I mean, you don't... I think it's is that separate? Or is it going to be like I could sell them, or I could conscript, or I could get a potion? And sometimes the potions are really strong, like, you know, give you a legendary unit just out of nothing. Sell value of consumables. Common packs. I don't care about any of that. I think I want to see that. Okay, and then I'll probably grab this next. I do think that we're going to run out of stuff to do, though. I enjoy this. I want more of it. I want more of it. Emperor difficulty. Receive no gold for selling gear or consumables. Reduced gold from sacking settlements. That's not gonna be a problem. Like we had 300 extra. We're fine. That's okay. This is not a challenging increase to difficulty. I've not done the... Are these elves? They look like elves. And I've not done the dinos. Let's leave the dinos for last. Okay, so these guys have shields. A lot of shields. And they probably have a lot of archers, too. I should probably look at what they actually have. So the forest. Return... the forest, because you can kind of tell. You just don't get to see them in their glory. Right, that's the treants. And then you got a common archer. Armor pierce. Anti-large. Forest dwelling archer. Armored large. Terrifying treant. Not many shields. Like, these guys have shields, and then that's it. But they're heavily shielded. Is that enough to justify keeping them all game? Do you keep your militia all game? Emerald Ancient, which is probably not good. Anti-large. Those guys look pretty good. Overall, though, I don't feel like there's any core to this faction. I'm not feeling... Like, maybe we can just spam a whole bunch of archers or something, but... I'm not feeling like I can build a wall of troops and have them hold the line, or, you know, some sort of specialty something. Okay, Emperor. Now there is something to be said for if we want to do like archers, there's something to be said for getting this or doing the Raven's Eye or something. But honestly, it's really tough to beat this gold thing. Like just having all the gold all game long. It's tough to beat. So the question is, can we do 7 for 7? I don't know. I haven't even looked at what they do. So grants the ability to spend 5 to reveal the outcome of the next die roll during events. Okay. While standing still, ranged squads gain accuracy plus 20, and melee squads gain weapon strength max 12. Huh. Okay. Supernova of the West, all units gain 5 charge bonus and 4 melee attack, just all the time. Purge the Blight, optional post-battle choice. Execute captives to fully heal a random unit. Now, will that heal a random unit that is... Yeah, mix them with dwarves. That's exactly what we need to do. Will this heal a random unit that is actually hurt? Or is it just like I pick 1 out of 10 because there's 10 slots and it doesn't matter if they were full health or not? Like, is it limiting to the ones that are damaged? If it's limiting to the ones that are damaged, I can work with that. Oh well, let's find out. Start the campaign. For anyone just now joining, welcome. If you're brand new to the channel, I am a pastor, and I have a Discord with a whole section on faith. And of course, we have game news and everything like that. But if you ever have any questions or just want somebody to be praying for you, I'd love to do that for you. We actually have a number of people that pray for each other over on our Discord channel, and you could just, reach out there. I can share the link there as well. But I'm glad you're here, and I want to encourage you. Like, that's kind of the main reason why I'm streaming, is to be available. I think a lot of people just don't have somebody that they can reach out to. Warder says, what do you think of the game? You found the game fantastic. I agree. I just want more. And that's a good thing, because it means the game is keeping me coming back, and I'm playing it through. Like, I'm getting all that I can get out of it, and I want more. As promised, here is the link for Discord. Range units gain accuracy. Armor-piercing units gain 10 melee attack. Uncommon units gain melee attack. These are all good. These are all really good. Or we could duplicate a unit. Now, as the elves, I kind of expect to have ranged. You feel that? Yeah, wanting just more. More. I know, and so we know some of the more that's coming, don't we? The roadmap has said that there's going to be magic spells that we can cast, as well as magic units added in the next content patch, whenever that is. After that, there's going to be a couple more factions. Great. And then there's going to be multiplayer. That is fantastic. I don't know if it's going to be co-op, which is what I truly hope for, or PvP, or both. And I'm okay with both. I'm okay, whatever they do. I just would hope that it's co-op. But all of that said, I just want more, like, in just the campaign. I want more events. I want more, maybe more difficulty too, but, more things, dynamic things happening, More loot and all that is great too. Like, this is fun. Like, these are fun mechanics. So, I don't know the faction well enough to know how many armor piercing we have. I think I'm going to set that aside. 10 melee attack is great. I could just do our uncommon and just say that's what I'm going to have. I do think that I'm going to keep these militia for a while, because they're my only shield and they're heavily shielded. So I think I'm going to be keeping them for a while and giving them some 8 more melee. Well, they're not getting 8. But getting the melee attack. They're not getting melee attack. This guy's getting melee attack. Regardless. Range, if this was range units gaining range, I would click that in a heartbeat. The accuracy, I think I'm already getting accuracy, right? Charge bonus. No, it's when we're standing still. When we're standing still, they have accuracy. I'm not seeing it here, but I remember it now, right? Like, whenever we're standing still, We get accuracy, and we get melee attack or something. Wardor has a pointed question. Yeah, feel free. Not a religious person. People seem to think I'm a good person. The people that push me far away are the fanatics, who tell me I cannot be good because I do not believe what they believe, and it keeps me away. I'm going to give you a minute to continue to articulate the question. None of these are my town. Camp on the left. An event here. Or a random. Let's go left. You feel like it goes against my community to shove you away and shun you? Well, I certainly hope you don't feel that around what we're doing here. Because you're different, how can you feel welcome? I agreed that way. Honestly, most of my viewers, well, depending on what we're playing at different times, this fluctuates. At different times. I've had where most of my viewers are not at all religious or Christian in particular. People with questions. I just want to be available for that. So, I don't know. I want to make sure I'm patient, and I don't want to jump the gun. I want to know what you're asking first before I start rambling. No, I'm not taking it personally. Don't worry about that. I'm here because of these conversations. So take whatever time you need. The whole religious world. Okay, yes. All of the religion pushing you away. I understand. I understand where you're coming from there. Yeah, that's totally fine. Take your time. That's what I'm here for. Accuracy will not apply to us. Am I a real pastor? So I was for 13 years actively preaching. I'm still ordained, but I'm not actively preaching now. Instead, I'm part of a support staff. I work in the office of a different church. And so I can do all the things. I can still perform weddings and funerals and all of that. I prefer being in this support role now. I've talked about this before where, with time, with experience, and just as we would say, God moving us in different places, different directions, at different times. There's the events that happen in the Book of Acts. In the Book of Acts, it's basically the Acts. Acts is a shorthand term for what happens to all the disciples who have now become apostles after Jesus has died, was buried, rose again, and ascended into heaven. So now it is up to them. What do they do now? And the first half is those apostles that are like the disciples that were primarily focused on during the Gospels, and the second half is a new apostle named Paul, and he is formerly a persecutor of Christians, hunted down, murdered them. And there is obviously going to be some pushback on allowing him into their community when he first becomes a Christian because of his past. And so there is a guy named Barnabas who vouches for him, who takes the lead and is, basically is like, I'm going to take you under my wing and support you in this and teach what I know. And so Barnabas and Paul, they go on a missionary journey and they start doing these. And that's what the second half of the book of Acts is them doing these missionary journeys around the ancient world and planting new churches, telling people what sharing with all these different cultures, the Gentile cultures, what they believe. And this is where you get all those weird names in the New Testament. So the weird names like Philippians and Ephesians and Colossians and Thessalonians and all of those are weird because those are names of cities in the ancient world. Philippi, Ephesus, Ephesians, Colossae, this is Colossians, Thessalonica, the people living there, Thessalonians. Romans, you make sense with Rome. What else? Corinth, Corinthians. All of those are, the books are letters written to the churches that they started in those cities. So they're just writing a letter to a church in Philippi, so they name it to the Philippians. So we call it Philippians. Anyway, I'm sorry, I like to teach, so this is a long story. But eventually, like partway through the first trip, Barnabas, who was the leader of the group, realizes that even though he facilitated this whole thing to make it happen, Paul, the junior partner in this missionary combo, this duo, Paul was really the one who was gifted to lead and take point and be the front and center guy for all of this. And Barnabas takes a back seat. So it was always kind of referred to as Barnabas and Paul every time in the first few bits. But then after that switch, it becomes Paul and Barnabas. And from that point on, Barnabas is supportive of Paul. And even though I don't have a direct connection to any of that, I do kind of sympathize with where Barnabas is coming from. At one point, he was up front and center, but then he realized, you know what, my truly fulfilling call is to support somebody else. And in our, even though here on stream it might not seem this way, but in my own personal life with my family, with our church, that's what I'm doing now. We've got a wonderful senior pastor. I am very thrilled to be supporting him and not be preaching, not be in the limelight. I do teach on occasion. We just did a summer camp and I taught that for one night out of the whole week, like just one, along just as much as any of the other speakers. You know, we all got one night. Nothing special there. Thoroughly enjoyed it, but I don't need that. And I'm just really enjoying supporting. So I feel like that's where God has me, is to be Barnabas to somebody else being Paul. And so that's why I'm not actively preaching right now. But I was that role for 13 years. So, all right, Warrior has had time there. So, non-religious person. You've been told by religious folks that you can't be a good person without faith, which pushes you away. You know that those people are outliners. What do you think? That's very simple. But I also understand, like, it's more than just a simple question. It's, you've had experiences behind this question. And before I get to talking about that, can I apologize if you felt pushed or attacked or whatever the verb you want to say, by people who I think are probably meaning well, but not, it's not coming across clearly and pushing you away. And so that's not the intent. Usually when people have these conversations, there's nerves, there's anxieties here and there. Like, we don't know how to say. It's super important that we get our words across because it's the most important thing you could possibly hear. And then in that intensity, push you away. And I don't want to do that. The best I can do is explain from where we're coming from and perspectives and all of that. And I hope that this will help you understand so that you can have those real conversations with people and not feel attacked or pushed. And so to that end, one of the perspectives that we have is that when somebody says, I'm a good person, it's the question is good relative to what? So if I say I'm a good person and I say, well, I'm good because I know I'm not a criminal. I'm not in jail. I'm not a, convicted, whatever you want to say. So relative to that person, the guilty person in jail, I'm a good person, right? Like, I can always say that. But then if I stop to think about it, have I ever told a lie before? Well, yeah, I have. What do you call somebody who tells lies? That makes me a liar. Have I ever stolen anything before? Sadly, as a young person, yeah, I did. Nothing major, but you know what? What do you call somebody who steals anything at all? A thief. So I'm a lying thief. You know, there's if I can take away the relativism of comparing myself to somebody else, and I'm just looking strictly at myself and a standard of perfection, suddenly I don't look so good. So I'm a lying thief, and the Bible continues. If we're looking at just the 10 commandments, these are 2 of them. Let's add a third. There's the commandment not to commit adultery. Well, Jesus says specifically not that if you look at in that context, looking at a woman with lust, but it could be looking at anyone with lust. That's committing adultery in your heart. And so therefore I'm a lying, thieving, adulterous person because I'm guilty of those things. I've done all of those things because of who I'm comparing myself to. I'm not comparing myself to the criminal in jail. I'm comparing myself against the perfection of not having done anything wrong, right? And we all understand this. We all get to the point that nobody's perfect, right? That's what I'm getting at. Nobody's perfect. And since nobody's perfect, we're kind of saying, well, relative to somebody else, I'm less bad. I'm less bad than that other person. But here's the problem. If the question is, how do I get into God's heaven? And the standard is perfection. And I come to the door and I'm like, well, I'm just less bad than the next guy. That's not perfect. That's not good enough. Yeah, so Sten, you're correct. It's human nature. We have a problem. All humans have a problem. It's not just the lust part. It's not just the lying or the stealing. There's 6 other commandments or 7 other commandments. There's 10 total, right? We could talk about hating your brother. Jesus says if you hate your brother in your heart, you've already committed murder. So I'm a lying, thieving, adulterous, murderer at heart, and that's just 4 of the 10, right? So now I'm really not a good person anymore, even though I'm not that as bad as that person in jail. If the standard is perfection, so I have a problem. The problem that these conversations have is we don't want to agree that we're all not perfect, that we all have these problems. We like the idea that I'm better than most. But if the necessity is perfection, we are all in the same boat. By us not being perfect, it actually means condemned. But God knows this. God loves us. God didn't want us to be condemned. We are the ones who disobeyed and rebelled in the Garden of Eden. We are the ones who reject him and push him away. We are the ones who want to be our own gods, okay, and live our own lives and do everything we want against his holiness, against his righteousness. We are the ones who do this. And I'm including myself in this, not trying to push anyone away. I'm trying to stay with you. I am just as guilty. And so the reality is that none of us can be good enough. None of us can be perfect. But God, knowing that and loving us anyway, sent Jesus to be those things in our place, to substitute himself in our place. And in our place, he takes on the punishment that we earned. So rather than pushing you away, Jesus is actually trying to draw you close. He's saying, I became perfect for you. You couldn't do it. I did it for you. And I want you to respond to that. And what we do to respond to that is believing that he substituted himself. He is God who came to this earth, substituted himself in our place. That substitute meant that he took on the punishment that we deserve. We have to be able to admit that we deserve because we are all guilty. So he took on our debt, paid the debt through himself, the cost of our sin, the wages of our sin is death. He took that upon himself, paid it on the cross, and then through his ability as God, defeats death, rises from the dead, becomes, is risen from the dead and offers us the same victory over death. And so it's not just that we can have our sins forgiven, it's that we can also have eternal life through faith in him. And so I hope that it's not so much a pushing you away. It is a very different outlook on ourselves when we look in the mirror at being able to admit, I'm not just a good person because I'm not as bad as the next guy. It's being able to admit I'm actually not that great. And I've been spending my whole life trying to make myself feel better about it. But there is somebody who is perfect, and he loves me, and he wants to take my place and take my punishment from me. And that's Jesus. That's Jesus. So hopefully, like, a really good phrase that I've always heard, that we as Christians don't do this very well, but we should. We should try to get better at this. We should approach people who are non-Christians with a little bit of humility. We have a tendency to basically, even if we don't theologically mean it, we'd look down our noses. Even if we don't even intentionally, in any way, we might still put across that perception, right? And part of the ways that happens is wear your Sunday best at church, or you're not allowed to. I try to run a family-friendly channel, so if somebody says a bad word or whatever, the automod doesn't catch it. I don't want to humiliate somebody, but if you were doing this in person and you knew I was a pastor and we were talking, I've had a lot of these conversations in person, and people instantly, they'll feel ashamed because they said a word that was natural to them. I don't want to look down my nose and say, well, I'm holy and you are not. The reality is we are both, we're both filthy beggars. One of us happened to find a source of life-sustaining food, and I want to share it with you. Okay? That's what it boils down to. Neither one of us is better than the other. One of us has more information, and I want to share it with you, and that's Jesus. I want to share what I've learned about Jesus, who can rescue you just as he rescued me. And I hope that makes sense. Yes, Donnie. Amen. Busy being awesome. Are you playing more of an elite style army? I'm playing an elven style army. This is my first battle. We just started. I don't have 3 because I'm choosing that. It's just, we just started a new run. Trying to get the flank value and hopefully not suffer from him doing the same. Order. Okay, you're over on the Twitch side. Fair enough. Hopefully there wasn't too much of a delay or distraction while we were having our conversation. And honestly, if you want to continue talking, have other questions, totally fine. Follow up. If you are more comfortable on Discord, I have that as well, and I'm checking that quite often. YouTube delay, fair enough, yeah. It is a pretty big delay on the YouTube. So Horde, now that you're over here on Twitch, hopefully it's easier to talk. So you're saying you're an open and honest book. Enjoy having these conversations in the open, give the people who may be uncomfortable a voice to speak. Yeah, that's why I'm here. We're total agreement here, because I want to be able to have conversations not just with individuals, but for other people who happen to be more comfortable just lurking, but still curious, to benefit. So every time somebody brings up any question, I think everyone benefits. I think it's a great thing. So yeah, continue. We can continue. And I know you were saying when you were on YouTube that you're pointing out, and I think I agree with you, that there is a difference a lot of times with how in practice Christians behave when they're talking to a non-Christian. It's not necessarily, it's not part of the teachings. You're saying that's because I understand the teachings, and yeah, you're right. There's a lot who don't, and then they're going to act in a way that they were maybe they're raised, or maybe politically, or whatever that might come into it, and they're going to label it Christianity. But that's going to push you away from Christianity, even though it's not always necessarily Christian. Now that said, Christianity is very black and white. I don't want to imply that there's a lot of gray here for Christianity. I want to, in a very loving way, I want to communicate it's Jesus or nothing. Okay? There's no other way for heaven. There's no other way for salvation. Now, Jesus has opened that up to everyone. It's not exclusive in offer, but it is exclusive that it's only him. Okay? And so it's not just that, you can cherry pick whatever you feel like is good for you. I am coming into submission to what he is saying when he says, I am the way, the truth, and life. No one can come to the Father but through me. That's an exclusive statement, but he is offering that to everyone. He's just saying you can't also do it through this other religion, this other belief, this other system. And so I just want to make sure that even though I'm trying to be gentle in conversation, I'm also trying to not blur any very clear lines. The Bible does have a lot of very clear lines, but I don't want to blur those lines. But I want to be able to communicate it in a way that's not pushing away. Because that's, after all, that's how we got the conversation started, right? Was people pushing away. Okay, I think it's pretty obvious we need an archer. Execute captives to fully heal. Oh, okay, cool. Well, we lost one guy, so I think we'll be okay there. Now, I could get goblins. They're going to be really weak. And if we get our gold, we can get the double interest. I'm just going to go with the gold. You understand that sin is sin. You can't half save someone, yeah. Sten says you find the conversations fascinating as a non-religious person. The way a person's mind that does believe works is extremely interesting to you. And Warder, in response, some of my biggest jealousies in life are the belief that people have in things, to fight as hard and to help so many people. Or even the opposite. Yeah, it can be the opposite, can't it? It can be. Something else, though. Everyone has the same choice, but everyone is also going to have a different path. And so my own story of basically coming to faith at a fairly young age is going to be different from anyone else's story, right? Like, there's just going to be some young, some who much older. Our senior pastor, who I kind of told a little story about, how I am very grateful and blessed to be able to serve. We as Christians, we'll just say, got saved. I don't want to just cheapen that idea, but came to a believing faith in Jesus as his savior. He did that in his, I think mid-30s. So much, and that was after a career in the military, like some pretty serious things haven't gone, like a totally different walk. And so we have two completely different just pools of experience to pull from, and yet we have the same savior, the same solution to our very different problems, the same answer to our very different questions, from different, me as a child, and then a young person kind of understanding better what it is I believe, to him as an extremely intelligent adult, fully mature person making that decision. And so what I'm getting at is the fact that some people will have different mindsets, different approaches to faith. It's not something that you have to say is unreachable for you. You might just have a different pathway to get there, but it is still through the same person. It's still always going to be through Jesus. And that's hopefully a conversation we can continue to have. Do you find talking to us as non-religious folk as interesting as we do you? It's nice to get fresh people. I can't emphasize this enough. I would not stream. I would not be doing this if I found it not interesting, right? Because this is my main. I'm not. If you were to with a very very examining, a very close examination of my channels, okay? Because I've got the YouTube and the Twitch, and I'm on Kick too. If you were to look at that, you would say, okay, this guy is streaming 4 days a week. However that translates into hours a week, and he's got, I'm grateful for every viewer, but I'm also aware there's some people with a whole lot more. I'm not doing this for the money. If I wanted money, I could work in a McDonald's and flip burgers and make more money than I do for the hours I put into streaming. In fact, what streaming does is it basically pays for the streaming. I have to pay more for my internet bill because of streaming going over the data caps that they arbitrarily implemented a couple of years ago. And so the streaming income pays for that increase in the internet bill because I'm streaming. So it only pays for itself and nothing more. So essentially, if I were looking at this as a financial, like, get rich quick thing, this is the worst idea you could possibly do in a heartbeat. In fact, I work 3 jobs. This is one of them. I look at it as a job. I have that level of commitment to it. But I have 2 other jobs. One is the church, and one is at a nonprofit that I work at as well. If you got questions about what that is, I'll share that later. That's a lot of time. I got 4 kids, so I need to try to make sure I value and treasure the time I have with my family as well, keep them as a priority. So time's a big deal. If something were to give, and we're just looking strictly from an income standpoint, this is not the priority, right? This should not be doing. But the reach, I think we're talking the same thing as the reach. Yeah, this has opportunity for our conversations like we're having right now that I could never get anywhere else. And from experience of talking with other people, opportunities for other people to ask questions that they don't have anyone to ask anywhere else. And so that, I think, is unique and highly valuable, and that's why I give so much time to this. Sten says, my biggest issue with religion is not the religion itself, but the existence of the church itself. From my point of view, the church is just an organization that at its base core is profiting off the people. No offense, it's just what I see, and I'm sure that there are some exceptions. Okay. No offense taken. If we look historically, now, I don't want to be singling out Roman Catholics, so bear with me, because there's a whole lot of this same stuff going in modern Protestant churches as well. But historically, Roman Catholicism dominated the Western world, and as you put a capital C in the word church, it's very much a capital C entity, existing entity, and they dominated all forms of life. They added in doctrines that are now their traditions, that they would have their own doctrinal statements to defend and theology to defend, but it's not coming from the Bible. It's coming from tradition, and those traditions are rooted in control. And yeah, that's, to me, this is a big part of why I'm not a Catholic. I need to know from the Bible what we do and why, not because something is how we've always done it. And so there's a long history of that sort of control for hundreds of years, and that's a big part of why the Protestants couldn't have. It was a Protestant Reformation. The attempt was to reform the church and fix these things that they were seeing. I don't think that all the Protestants had everything right, because it's a whole process of, okay, there was 95 theses that Martin Luther nailed to the church door in Wittenberg, but he could have come up with a whole lot more if he had more time, right? As time went on, there was more and more things. It's like, oh, the Bible says that? Really? So the next generation learned more, and the next generation, because they didn't even know their own Bible. If you learned the Bible, you would actually reject a lot of the things that were being taught. Now, all that said, that control side of it, that said, that I think, Sten, you're pushing back against is not just ancient history. It's also plenty going on right now. There's absolutely, if you turn on a TV, not that anyone actually turns on to a channel anymore, we all stream things, but the mega churches that, have the various, the preachers coming in on a zip line, and there's the smoke machine and all of that, like, yeah, we could probably be in very much agreement that this is not wise stewardship of other people's finances that have given out of a faith to God for this pastor to then be a rock star, right? That's not how it was designed to be. So yeah, I think we're in total agreement there. That's happening a lot, and not just in mega churches. A lot of churches want to be mega churches so that they can be rock stars too. It's not a good situation. But the vast majority of churches are not those. The vast majority of churches are just people in a small community serving that community. This is why I still am serving a church. I'm not trying to do just this. I'm not trying to go change the world. I think it's very important that I'm plugged into a local church, involved with local people, to the degree that that's why I'm also involved in this nonprofit that I work for as well, which helps local people. I don't share the name of it because I'm not trying to draw any attention to that. It's more just, okay, well, here's my work, but it's meant for local people, and so it has funds from local people to support other local people and help them out with like their bills and things. But that's because it's the same philosophy. So most churches, the ones who are not getting the publicity, are doing exactly this sort of thing. That's very common. And that goes for Catholic churches too. I don't want to single out, like, say that they're all bad because of history. No, they're doing a lot of work for local people as well. It's just, you don't see that in the news. You don't see, that doesn't get any attention whatsoever. When they do it right, you don't even notice that they're there. Because it's meant to be giving glory to God, not taking glory for themselves. This is actually one of the major problems I have with my own streaming. Okay. All transparency. The vast majority of streamers do it for the attention, right? And the money, right? The attention with money to follow, right? Like they're going to be intertwined. Like that's a combo deal that a kid might say, I want to play games and get paid for it, and become world famous or whatever it'd be. I have to. I mentioned multiple times that I pray for we have prayer requests. People share prayer requests, and I have a list I pray over before every stream. On my prayer list, I pray for myself to stay humble, for myself to not in any way allow a desire for money, for fame, for any of those things to be part of what I do, because that's clearly a temptation in this realm, and I think that's super important to be aware of it and resist it. So that's it's the reality. It's the human nature of it. I'm human too. We started this by talking about how none of us are perfect. That is a flaw. Pride being something that I need to make sure that I don't give in to. But I recognize I have it. Marta says, "If not, I would not have had this opportunity if it wasn't free." So yeah, and you're welcome. But also, I would go one step further and say, and forgive me for it, but I think you can know to expect it. I would say God brought this opportunity for us to be able to have the conversation. And I see an ad break is happening on Twitch. Hopefully we didn't get interrupted right there. But God brought this opportunity, and you know, clearly I'm gonna say that, but I believe it. Here, I just typed that out for you because he there was an ad that happened. So. I want to make sure that's these guys getting the archers, not this guy. Okay. Maybe we just go. All right. Yeah, the ad's over, I think, Warador. So that was, yes. Sten did have a response, and I was distracted by both the game and the ad thing there. So Sten said, "I agree that there's a difference between mega churches and local churches. Every time I look around or drive through a small town, there'd be a huge fancy church building. Is that building really needed? It just scream money, and that money could have been used for something better. It just makes me feel disgusted as yeah, okay. And I don't disagree. I don't disagree. What I would say though is that there are times when we allow something like that as kind of like what, okay, let me, I'm just gonna pause. Wardor was having an excellent question saying, I was feeling pushed away by religious people, Christians maybe in particular, but religious people in general. And that's pushing me away from ever even, considering any of these teachings and all of that. Hopefully through our conversations, and I hope in future continuing conversations, we can at least break through that barrier and have real communication on the merits of the faith, as opposed to the barriers here that are saying, I don't want to have anything to do with what I'm seeing. In a very similar way, Sten, I think you have the same thing. You're looking at something else, which is also totally valid, but also totally not part of the faith, and that is that greed. That whatever want to describe what's going on in the lavish lifestyle of that. And you're right. It shouldn't be the focus. But let's admit it is in a lot of places. But I'm concerned right now, and I can't change that. I can't change what they're all doing. But what I can say is, let's not let that be a distraction from what the actual faith is about, and talk about that without the artificial barrier. Okay, because the artificial barrier is keeping you from being able to really look at what Jesus himself is talking about. Remember, I'm going to always try to bring it back to, what did he teach? Right? To love your neighbor. To be able to treat others as you want to be treated. These are things that he did institute the church. The idea of the church as a community, a body of people who all, in the term body, the idea being there where we all have different functions. And this is a very biblical concept of every one of us needs each other in a sense of the community of believers. So just like a body needs eyes and ears and mouth and hands and feet. All of that. And everything has a different role. The church, similarly, will have people of different roles. Some will be teachers, the pastors and all of that. They'll be teachers. Others will be the hands and feet going out and serving that community. A lot of churches put all of the roles on the pastor's feet. Like they all say, okay, pastor, we're going to pay you, and then you just do everything, and now I'm a good Christian because I pay you. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to talk to people. I don't have to help people. I don't have to serve anybody. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to, do maintenance of the building. I pay you. You do all of it. In a lot of country churches, it is entirely like on the pastor's shoulders. But that's not biblical either. It was designed for everyone in that community to be serving everyone else in that community, like internally within that church, within that communal nature of that communal body of believers. And then Jesus goes on to says, it's by your love for each other that people will recognize that you're Christians. And I think there's a really important, a really foundational understanding of what's going on in the church today. Because if that's true, which I believe it is, that's Jesus taught it, that our love for each other would help the world know, the rest of the world know that we are true Christians. Isn't it interesting though, then that most Christians who have problem with church is because of other Christians, that there's not that love. And that we would say would be partly due to our own nature, but also partly because we do believe that there is an enemy, Satan, who wants to destroy the church, who wants to destroy what we do. And so he brings up the strife. He influences us to start attacking each other. We don't have love for each other very well. So other people outside the church are like, why would I want to be part of that? You guys hate each other. That's very true. That happens a lot. And we're human. We fall victim to it all the time. But what is Jesus' teachings on it? Jesus' teachings are to love one another. I think if we were doing these things, there would be less focus on the building and more focus on people. Wardor, I'm sorry, I was on my soapbox doing some preaching there. But thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you for that. And I appreciate that you'll be thinking about this. And of course, we can continue and have new conversations anytime. Like really, this is the reason why I'm here. So don't ever feel like you're intruding or anything. I do have the Discord and all that if you ever, when I'm not streaming, you're just like, I gotta ask this or I have a prayer request or something. I'm always available there. But this is why I'm live streaming, so that we can have these live. I'm not just making videos to put on YouTube in an impersonal way. I want to be able to have these conversations. Yeah, and Wardor, you're also to Sten. Yeah, the church building is a place to gather, for a place. Technically, the concept of church is the people gathering inside the building. Technically. Now, Christians themselves, more often than not, have no idea what that's meaning. We forget this all the time. That the church is not the building. The church is the people in the building. But that is what it's supposed to be, is that we are, the Greek term, the ecclesia, we are the church. The believers make up the church. Doesn't matter where we meet. In fact, in ancient times, they would meet in all sorts of places because it was illegal to be not worshiping the Roman gods. They were being executed because Caesar was proclaimed to be a god, and kind of like how Pharaoh would say he's a god, that sort of thing in times before him. So Caesar would say he's a god, and the Christians would say, we can't worship you. We worship Christ alone. And so that was the legal justification for all the persecution, or a lot of it. Different time. Maybe this goes on for hundreds of years, but different time periods that was. And so they'd have to meet in secret. They'd have an underground church. They would meet in people's homes. Most of the time, most of church history, people met in homes. Early church, before the Catholic Church was legal and made the big cathedrals and all those things. They met in homes. But even then, sometimes the homes was too dangerous. And what they would do is they would meet, they'd have to find a place that would be secluded and secret. They would meet in cemeteries, graveyards. And because a lot of people were very superstitious, they wouldn't want to be anywhere around those. And so they would meet in those places, which would a lot of times in those ancient places, graveyards would involve caves and whatnot. So you can imagine a cave being kind of a shelter for you to meet. As opposed to, say, in the States where it's usually just a big open field, right? You'd be like, where would you meet there? No, in that region, you'd very mountainous. A lot of times are very desert, with the sandstones and all that. You'd have caves. And so they'd meet in those. Or you'd have what is not sarcophagus, but what's the structure you'd build as a kind of to hold a bunch of graves. Anyway, they would meet in those sometimes, and that would be where they'd find safety. But I think there's actually been an archaeological find that was a Roman security report. I don't remember I can't reference it, so I apologize that it sounds like I'm just making this up. I do believe that this was a report in archaeology. I just don't have the reference off the top of my head. Where they dug up a report to either higher or all the way up to Caesar, where they're like, yeah, these Christians, we found them. They're meeting in these graveyards. And for many of you would be aware, yeah, catacombs, that sort of thing. Catacombs is usually underground, but there's a term for an above ground structure where you would put a bunch of tombs in it, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. But anyway, the report, if you are aware of anything about Christianity, one of the things that all Christians will do is we hold communion. We might call it the Eucharist if you're Catholic, or sacraments or ordinance, depending on Protestant, Catholic, and all this. We have different terms, different theological attachments to it, but a pretty universal thing was we have this bread and wine or juice that we will share in remembrance of Jesus's death on the cross, and the bread representing his body, the blood, the wine representing his blood. And so in this ancient document, they're like, okay, these Christians, they're meeting in tombs, and they're eating people. Mausoleum, that's the word. Thank you. So yeah, there was actually a superstition going on around Christians in ancient times that the Christians were cannibals. Neat. So you think you've got a bias against Christians? Okay, I actually really want to have another militia, because these are my only shield guys, and I want to have a bunch of them being silver and everything. Order, earlier you were commenting that you do enjoy the Amish perspective on this. They cycle through each other's houses for church. Yeah. And there's actually a lot of churches that will do that too, non-Amish churches. Honestly, we have a thing that we do a lot of times. We simply call it small groups, and what'll happen is you'll have a church that is getting big enough to where you might not recognize everyone each week. So you I don't know, you pass 100 people. Maybe you're at 200, maybe you're at 300, maybe you're at 400, but you're not a mega church at 10,000. But you're kind of getting to the point where there's too many people here for me to say hi to everyone every week, or really get to know them as time goes on, or that sort of thing. And so usually when a church is kind of that medium size or bigger than a tiny size, they start doing small groups. And those are usually, maybe they'll meet in classrooms in the church, but usually they're met at homes. And it's usually maybe, half dozen to a dozen people, couples, whatever. Maybe it's a small group of singles or whatever, but they'll get together and they'll meet and they'll do a Bible study. A lot of times they'll sing, they'll worship, they'll have a great time of getting to know each other. Maybe they're going to share some food. Maybe they're going to watch a game. I don't know. They're going to have a great time together. And you know what I call that? I call that church. I the danger being, a lot of times in these small groups, you'll have a lack of leadership or training. Not to say that they can't read the Bible for themselves, but a lot of times what will happen is you'll find a really cool book or a really cool personality online, and you just watch a video of that for your Bible study, or you'll read some book somebody else wrote for your Bible study, and never realizing that this person is way out there and completely false teaching and completely wrong, but they sound great. And so without having that discernment, there is of leadership being able to say, no, this is not biblical. A lot of small groups are vulnerable to that sort of thing. But that aside, when they just get together and they open up the Bible, they're doing church. They're doing church. They're singing songs. They're worshiping. They're fellowshipping. That's what church is. And so a lot of times a bigger church is essentially a collection of a dozen small churches that meet together once a week there and then go and meet again as like mini churches out there. And I think that works. I think that's okay. I don't know if I want to get the goblin. Like if I do this, I can get more interest going. Yeah, 10 interest now from 4 to 10 there. Do I really want to actually fight this out? I guess so, because it's going to punish me. Honestly, if you know anyone who has a small group meeting and you're curious about church, go to that. Don't go to the big church. Oh, there's the walls. Go to the small groups, because you can actually talk to people then. You don't have to feel like you have to dress up in a suit and tie and follow whatever rituals that they've come up with at their local church. Go to the small group and talk to people. Ask them the same questions that you're asking me, and get to know them. And open the Bible with them. Like let them read from it and see what they have to say. Like that's an excellent way to get to know the church. Interpretation can be taken many different ways. Isn't that why there are so many factions of Christianity? You said false teachings. Who decides what's right? This is a very good question. Or I should have said, how do you know for sure what's right? So when you take any scholarly, and I don't want to just apply to authority here. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to just do that. But when you I'm trying to not use the academic terms. So a biblical hermeneutic is the academic term, and it basically means is the process by which you study, the process by which you go through. If you by basically being studious, and you know how like a scientist is expected to follow the scientific method. They're expected to make sure that they take variables into account. They're expected to to approach this in a way that's going to end up with a result that is true without having a conflict of false positives and that sort of thing, right? Like they've accounted for those variables so that the end result can be something where we can definitively say, yes, this is what the answer to this is. We could do the same when we were approaching this, right? And so there's a lot of parts to that where, I go to school for that. This is part of what becoming a pastor is involved with, is how you get your hermeneutics. But basically, it boils down to consistency and context. So when you're reading the Bible, anyone can read the Bible. I'm not trying to say that only a pastor can read the Bible, but anyone can read the Bible. What they fail to do is they fail to be consistent in how they approach it, and they fail to read the context around something. So you read one passage and it sounds like this wild thing, or the outside person, the video you're watching, right? It said false teachings. So somebody else from outside is saying, okay, this. And how do we know what they're saying is right? Well, if they're quoting a Bible verse, what does the chapter before and the chapter after say of that, the rest of the chapter, as well as the before and after? Like, what's the context of that verse? Are we taking it out of context? That right there eliminates like 95% of all the false teaching, is they don't take the context into account. They cherry pick the passage that says what they want it to say. And if you just read the whole thing, you're like, oh, it's not saying that at all. So that right there eliminates a lot of it. And another part is this consistency, where the Bible, and I know this is a potential can of worms and I'm okay with this, but the Bible does not contradict. A lot of people are basing their entire rejection of the Bible on the idea that they've heard that the Bible has countless contradictions. It does not. However, a lot of people will interpret in contradicting ways. And so this is what's feeding that idea. And so if I read one passage, maybe out of context, but I read one passage and come up with this conclusion here, and I read another passage that comes up with a contradictory conclusion, but I didn't check the context and I didn't check that other passage, and I was just like, yeah, this sounds good over here too. So I've got this one sounds good, that one sounds good, and I just say, okay, they both sound good, they both must be true, but they're not consistent with each other. I have once again not exercised a studious hermeneutic. Instead, I've just kind of gone whatever the easy route is. So it takes time to be able to cross-examine, okay, am I coming up with something that is actually supported by the rest of the Bible, or is this contradicting the rest of the Bible? Am I coming up with something that is supported by the context with the Bible, the passages before and after? If I can do that, I'm going to eliminate the vast majority of all of those false teachings. The problem is a lot of those false teachings, they sound really good. People like it. People sell books, they sell videos, they sell all sorts of things by coming up with these things all the time. And, you know, whatever it is on YouTube or whatever it is on Facebook or whatever it is on TikTok, those make them money. So they're not incentivized to try to come up with the boring old, let's study this and make sure that we're right thing. They want the, you know, the thumbnail, the headline, the hook to get the attention that makes the money. That's what it boils down to. And it comes back to human nature. It's not good, but it's what's going on. So all that to say, yes, there are different interpretations. But if we actually read the Bible for itself without bringing in our outside agendas, we actually are going to agree on 99% of the stuff there. Hopefully that all makes sense. I still don't know if the towers here are blocked by my shield, but I feel like maybe they are because we haven't taken that many losses. It does, good. Now, that doesn't mean that I am always right. I'm not trying to say Pastor Druski is never wrong because he says so. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to say that I do believe that we can have confidence in our conclusions if we take the time to do it right. And this is historically been why a lot of these problems have come up. Now, as far as speaking to like different interpretations and different, there are factions. We usually call them denominations, but they're factions. That's a good word for it. The vast majority of these factions, denominations, the vast majority of people in them, they don't even know the difference between their own denomination and some other denomination. They don't have any idea what they mean. Why did these denominations happen in the first place? Usually, it's based off of one doctrine or other, and on the implementation of it. Maybe it's about baptism. Maybe it's about I mentioned communion earlier, those sorts of things. To the point where it's like, well, how are we going to meet every week and do these things if you believe that we're supposed to do it this way and you're supposed to do it that way? We kind of can't come into agreement here. Let's just have two churches. That's how a lot of these things happen. Now, a lot of times they don't do it very calmly because we're human. We have a really bad track record of being at each other's throats, and remember when I went back to the whole thing about Christians should be able to love each other and all that? Yeah, that's this at work, is those denominations have had a lot of really bad blood. But that said, the vast majority of differences are non-issues. Okay, especially if we're talking like within, I'm gonna once again within Protestantism, because I have some separate issues with Catholicism. But within Protestantism, there's a whole lot of denominations, hundreds or whatever. There's really only like a dozen or two of mainline ones. Like everyone has like subdivisions or whatever, but there you go. The vast majority of those actually totally are fine. And the reason why they're fine is because they can agree on the core. The core is, what do you believe about Jesus? That's basically it. Was he God? Did he really die? Did he really rise from the dead? Is he really the only way to heaven? Now, a closely related question that's not core, but hinges, like the whole thing hinges, what do you believe about the Bible? Okay, so a lot of churches will say, well, I don't know, it's kind of made up of some story. I mean, obviously a lot of churches are going to say we believe the whole thing. Some churches will say, well, I don't know about this one or that one. I disagree with this part, that part. The problem with that is, well, if you're picking and choosing what parts you believe, well, how do you know you can believe the parts that talks about Jesus? So it undermines the whole thing about Jesus. So there's some problems there. But on the whole, denominations, we all agree about Jesus and we all agree about the Bible, which means we're fine with each other. What we end up disagreeing about is the things outside of that realm of core, to the exterior things on how do you believe worship should be done? Should we use instruments or not? Should we have a contemporary song or more traditional song? Should we use pews or sit in chairs? Like, churches split over the color of the carpet. They really do, and it's awful, but we do all the time. These are the things that split, but nobody would disagree about Jesus, and that's what makes them Christian, is they're agreeing about Jesus. Now, I gotta say, there are some quote-unquote Christians who would disagree about that core, about who is Jesus? Is he really God? Did he really come to this earth as a man? Did he really die for our sins? Did he really rise from the dead? They will disagree. They'll say no to some or all of that. And I don't want to be like naming names of which, but there are some who would say no to those things. By definition, they are not Christian, but they take the label anyway. And that I have a problem with, because that is a false teaching then. You're basically, there's another ad, and I apologize if we're in the middle of something, but I was talking about how there are core beliefs to Christianity. There are some church groups that deny those core beliefs about who Jesus is and still claim the title of Christianity. And that's dishonest. Okay, that's not Christianity. If you deny who Jesus is, you cannot claim Christianity. You can be something. You can worship your way, but you're not able to claim Christianity because you're denying the fundamentals of what is Christianity, who is, Jesus. And so there are beliefs out there, there are churches out there that claim Christianity that deny those things about Jesus. And that's something I would want to warn people about, to make sure that you check, what do they believe about the core? But the vast majority of denominations, they do agree on that core about Jesus, so we're good. We're all fine. It just becomes, well, how do you want to worship on Sunday? I don't want to worship your way. Okay, let's meet in different places. Excel, your Jewish friends always remind you Jesus is the most famous Jew. You know what? A lot of Christians don't think about that at all, and that's a shame. That is 100% a shame. So this is like, Christianity is, we're believing that Jesus is God. Judaism, the entirety of Judaism, is looking forward to a Messiah from God. Christianity believes that Messiah from Judaism is Jesus. Many Jews, in fact, all of the disciples, who were Jews, believed that Jesus was that Messiah that they'd been waiting for, a fulfillment of Judaism. And so many Jews even today believe in Jesus. They are Messianic Jews, that they believe that Jesus the Messiah has come. But we do agree on the fundamentals on this. The question is just, well, is Jesus that one? Is he the Messiah or not? But a lot of Christians just completely disregard the Old Testament, the Jewish heritage and all that, because we get so caught up in whatever we're doing right now. But yeah, I'm a big student of history, and so 100%. It's like Jesus was a Jew. He went to Jews. I mentioned Acts earlier, and Paul. That was not just shocking. It was scandalous that Paul, a Jew, would be willing to go and share this belief with Gentiles. And if you're not sure what a Gentile is, it's everyone else. It's us. I'm a Gentile. Everyone who's not a Jew is considered a Gentile according to the Jews. And so Paul, who was like a high-ranking priest, was going out and sharing this news about the Messiah of the Jews having come and wanting to offer salvation to Gentiles. Shocking. And so there was actually debates, and there could have been, and there wasn't, but there could have been the first church split over this. We've made a very scientific approach to how we can split churches all the time. Like, we're very good at it now. But they failed to make the church split because initially it was like, well, there's the Jews who are willing to accept the Gentiles as equals, and Jews who are not willing to accept Gentiles as equals. And they were called Judaizers. You had to become Jewish to become a Christian. And that was it. That was the drama of the book of Acts, was this tug of war on what do we do about these Gentiles? Are we allowed into the club of Jews who believe the Messiah has come with the new name Christians? In fact, the word Christian was not the title that they took for themselves. The word Christian was an insult. And that actually happened in a Gentile city, in Antioch. Antioch was like the third largest city in the ancient Roman world. Syrian Antioch, I think there's a couple of them. Antioch in Syria. So the church has spread to that. This is now like the biggest centralized place of believers. They called themselves followers of the way. Jesus, remember, had said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. So they follow the way. They follow Jesus. That's what they called themselves, followers of the way, capital W. The locals wanting to insult these believers said, oh, you just think you are little Jesuses, little Messiahs, little Christs running around. Christ, for the record, Christ is the Greek word for Messiah. So Messiah is a Hebrew word. Christ means Messiah. It's just the Greek word for it. So it's not Jesus' last name. It's his title, Jesus the Messiah, or in Greek, Jesus the Christ. Anyway, so the Christian was an insult. I was like, oh, you just think you're a little Jesus. And they're like, well, we are trying to follow him, be like him. So yeah, I guess we are. So that's how it came from. That's the name. Anyway. You have to explain to younger relatives, Jesus is Harry Potter? What? The disciples are trying to inform muggles. People can't agree, so we have all these. Okay, so the distinction between the magical and the muggles would be this idea of Jewish and Gentile. Yeah, because there's especially in the mind of the Jew, like, it was this insurmountable difference. Like, you can't just make a muggle become a magic user. Right? So, like, I can see the illustration there. It wouldn't have been my first one to go to, but I can see it. You didn't get your Bible by Owl at 12? What? Amazing. Yeah, I could see how you could get it across to like a 5-year-old. The only problem, though, is 5-year-olds have a difficulty in, because I have a 5-year-old right now, by the way. You're a Christianary. Sorry, I was not expecting that. No, they have a real problem in differentiating what's real and what's not. This is a big part of why, like, you know, we'll have mature ratings on shows, you know, until, you know, PG and then PG-13. They need to be this age to watch this because their mind are not able to develop, you know, yet and handle these things. And so, one of the things that churches do very poorly, there's many, I've already pointed out several. I hope that this is like comforting for you guys to know that I can accept that there are failures of the humans involved in Christianity, which is all of us. One of those is that when we train our children, when we teach our children, we use terms that are self-defeating. We use terms that are that teach our children that these are fairy tales. So, for example, one of the most famous events in the Bible that is known worldwide, statistically most famous, aside from Jesus himself, is David and Goliath. Okay? So you've got a Sunday school class, you've got young children coming to the Sunday school class. Well-meaning granny lady is going to teach Sunday school class to these children. How does she introduce it to the class today? She says, today we're going to learn about the story of David and Goliath. Okay, well, tonight, when the kids are going to bed, they're going to hear the story of some, you know, fairy tale from the book that their parents read to them. Hopefully they're reading to them. But story means fairy tale to kids. And we use these terms all the time in church. The story of these things. We forget these are events that really happen grounded in reality. And so we don't give a grounding to these things. Because I love learning about the real history around all this stuff. You know, we actually know the actual value. You can go, and it's been years since I looked up, but I could probably find it again. You can actually go on Google Earth and find the valley that David fought Goliath in. You can actually find the valley and see where the battle took place on Google Earth. Like, it's like they're not actively there right now. It's been a little while, but you can actually see, because this is real places. These really happened. We just are so, we get so caught up in them being stories. It reminds me, there's a really cool TED Talk about the story by an archaeologist. Which story? And teaching kids about Santa, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy. Then as they get older, no, most of the magic people you can't see are fake. But not Jesus. Yeah, exactly. Turbo, you've got that right. That's the problem. We've taught them all of these fairy tales, and they all have equal weight in the child's mind. How do they differentiate what's real and what's not when they're all stories? I agree. Hey, Woot! I do know you love history. You're now working on a history YouTube channel where your AI character walks around in history. Show some clips. That'd be awesome. Would it be like best to maybe send it over to my Discord or something? Oh, the TED Talk was about David and Goliath. That's cool. I'd love to see that if you find that link too. Yeah, Woot, that sounds cool. On Steam, yeah, you can send me a link there. That's right, because we've done some games together. By the way, if this ever becomes multiplayer, you might want to check this out. You could check it out anyway. Like, this is a great game, Woot. I don't know how much of this you've seen. If you like Total War, it's a roguelike Total War. We don't have any cavalry. I think I want a prestige. Oh, of course it's the wolf. Oh, that was the farthest thing from my mind. I was like, any one of these would be great to prestige, and now it's the wolf. All right. This is our faction. Yeah, I'm just gonna hug the left here.
Let's talk about gold.
Okay, random shop. Just die roll. I need events. I use those die roll. Increase prestige. I could have a golden one. Yeah, if we're gonna go to the town, we might as well go and use this before I sell it, right? Because just the cost. The question is, do I want to spend anything? Could spend a bit. I could get a random unit. I feel like, because I don't have a full thing, I feel like a random unit is okay. Might even be a legendary. Okay, I'll do it. Okay. It's better than some other comments it could have been, so okay.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm gonna open that up and just save it. I'm not gonna watch it right now, but I'm gonna, because I'll forget where it is. Thank you for that. Check that out. Strength, and we got a 1. Just gonna fight here. They have archers. They do. So I might loop around. It's gonna take a minute. Yeah, I could fight right there, but I think I'm just gonna stay in this. Yeah, I'm gonna move these guys some of them. Oh, hi! Okay, you can follow. Come with me! Wow, that completely defeats the purpose of that unit. I don't want you to waste your shots on the shielded guy. There we go. I'm gonna let him get hit. He is silver. Oh, he's also running. Oh, okay. Oh, those are uncommon. Yeah, they're better. Wow, I think we're gonna have a few rolls hitting 20. I can fully heal. It'd be nice to have the 25 for our full interest. Actually, no, we are getting that at over 20, aren't we? Because we made it per 4. Okay, so we only need the 20. Yeah, let's just heal. And they're going to heal up anyway because I'm going to go here. Oh, well. Yeah, armor pierce. I could do another, but I kind of want to keep my money here. I'm going to go here. I don't have a choice, but I need events. I need to use the die. There's not enough events in this game. Book of Demons. Well, I mean, it's a, what do you want to say, like a voxel, isn't that? Maybe not voxel, but it's kind of that style. What's really nice though is that's a style that is low resource intensity on your PC. That's what I appreciate about it, because I have a hamster running this thing and he's tired. So this PC is doing the best it can. I do miss like the automatic heal 30% from the orc faction. Oh my goodness. Okay, something's wrong here. Something's wrong. I've gotten 4 potions this run. All 4 are fate shines. Something's not right. I can't sell them for anything, so we're gonna just drink. Something's not right. Could heal this up, but I think $6 is worth it. Stop cheating. Yeah, I am definitely wanting to stop this. Yes, it's an event! Okay, we should be guaranteed a 20, right? I've already clicked the thing. We want gold and prestige. Like, we want to double that. We're gonna investigate. It should be a 20. Do I roll another one? Like, drink another one just to be sure? I've got 1 or 2. Okay, if... I'm gonna click this without drinking another one. We just drank one. But it wasn't in the middle of this screen. It was in the previous screen. Not the previous act, just the previous screen. You all saw it. If it doesn't roll a 20, we have a bug. Like, I have to report it. Like, that's just... Okay, it needs to be a 20. Thank you. All right. Good, good, good. critical success. Oh, we got gear as well. So there's the double gold. The double promotion, although we didn't get the other guy. I was kind of hoping we would get 2, and then we could get a golden, but that's okay. And we get gear. Okay, well, at least we'll get 2 more interest because I have 1 slot open. All right, at least we can use it. Last run, we could not. All right, am I going to raid that city? Because I'm not really, I don't think I will. But they have, ooh, I've got 100 gold. Do I dare? That's the faction that's got my favorite archer unit. Like the epic rifleman archers. Is it worth it? Like round 1, like act 1, getting those archers would be absolutely amazing. Be very, very excited about that if I could. It's such an unlikely event, though. We're just going to keep fighting. Because I'd have to pay like 40 for the privilege of rolling. We don't fight near that. Remember, we get extra accuracy if we don't move, right? So, oh, there they go. I don't like those guys going. I let them use their full ammo again. I gotta get better at that. They're just the squad. They're well trained. They are very well behaved doggos. The goodest of boys. Hey, it's a different potion. Might be worth it for the enforcers. I got a phone call going through, but I'm gonna let it. Yeah, I should have played earlier. Hey. I think I will. And because we're over the max now, I think I will go ahead. Do that. It's 5 gold. Honestly, I'm not. There's not going to be 3 more events in the whole run. Like, there's just not going to be 3 more events. I'm going to sell one. Oh, I could have drank it. No, it won't last to the next round. It doesn't matter. Yeah, whatever. Meat grinder. I've not seen these before. Meat grinders. So Outrider, which means they're going to be behind me. Backstabbers. Oh, wow. They're really going to be behind me. And then they have artillery. They've got a giant. Large. But of course, I've got spearmen, so large is not too bad. Large, 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 large. Okay, so everything our spearmen is good against. It's good to know. Square around there. Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm pretty sure they're going to be like right here. Not armored or anything. We do have artillery to go get. Oh! Oh! The wolves too! Okay. I don't know if I should have this guy go for the wolves or not. See where they move to. I think as soon as we engage, they're gonna move. I don't think I brace. Hurry, spearmen, get around the archers. You can do it. They're not moving. That was legendary, guys. There's the arty. Ah! Wolves are tough. Yes, you can retreat units, actually. I've used it many times. Save the pack. Most of the time they'll run away on their own, but like right now, this guy, when he gets hit in the floor, I sent this thing to go intercept them. It didn't work out. Like, he's probably gonna need to withdraw. Hold on. Why are my wolves failing against that? Because they were just standing there. Why were you just standing? What was that? Huh? Okay, they broke. totally unnecessary damage taken. Okay, maybe get the meat grinders. I wasn't really impressed with them, but maybe get them. We'll get an artillery. Actually, the dire riders would have been a good unit, but oh well. Act 2, I need to get a move on. Well, I'm gonna heal. Shop? Events? Look, there's 2 whole events. Oh my goodness, we're going that way. I want fog though. I'm not gonna go to that shop. I do not want fog whatsoever. Got cannons. And I want that. I want it. Talking about greed earlier today. Might have some for that Templar unit. Ooh, melee defense and this? Oh, that's really nice. Wolves are not outriders. Need to go get those cannons. That's actually the biggest issue right now. Oh, that one's looking right at me. Oh no. Ah! I'm withdrawing the catapult. I just felt like it was one more salvo from the cannon might have just killed it. I don't know. So I didn't want to risk it. Five more gold. Well, we can guarantee the next die roll. I am wanting to make silver of these scouts. This is a little bit tempting. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna merge them. And then Imperial Templars, let's go. There they are. Nice. Just need to make our golden militia, and then I can have like Templars and all that to be my next defenders. More of the same setup here. I don't like it. Mr. Dad, is this PvP or PvE? It is currently PvE, single player PvE. It's a roguelike, I think Slay the Spire, but with Total War combat and everything. That said, it is on the roadmap to have multiplayer. What multiplayer means, we don't actually know yet. We don't know if it's co-op, which I'm really hoping for, because I like playing Total War co-op, where somebody, in this example, you know, somebody can micromanage the single cavalry unit, and I don't have to worry about that because my friend's taking care of it, you know, and we play together the whole campaign. Or it could be PvP, where you just have, I have a battle, you know, if I have an army, like, you know, here's a budget to buy my army, you have a budget to buy your army, and now we have a battle, and there's a ladder to see who does. Or maybe there's both. I don't know. I hope for both. If I have to choose one, it would be the co-op, but they're not asking me. So I guess we'll find out. Might be getting carried away with my archers. Not gonna move yet, are they? They're moving. Once that cannon fires at me. Ah, those are heat-seeking cannonballs. Ow. In Total War, you can kind of dodge by being on the move. Come on. Move. Okay, we have to move up. I just don't want to because their artillery has all the advantage here. Obviously, we win the battle, but it's like, can I limit my losses, please? Alright, we just have to go. This is awful. Move. Cannons are killing me. By the way, for those who were not here at the start when I explained, the music you're hearing, that's very nice and soothing, is not the game music. We're listening to other music that is YouTube friendly. The game music, the game dev is a solo dev. He's well aware that he has the licensing for his music, but it's licensing in such a way that content creators do not have licensing for it on YouTube. On some of it, and so I can't. Or I'll get in trouble if I have it on YouTube. So, in order to avoid that, we've got alternative music playing, but he's working on it. Now we're getting all the alchemist potion. The halberdiers. That was the spearmen. Now, I like that unit, but my main line is spearmen, right? Oh, of course, eventually I'm going to combine all these. We'll only have one. I'm just eyeballing the heal. Got him. Get another one. We want another one. Do we just go for treants? They're terrifying. I did just drop myself down to 2 total archers. Wow. These things really only have 65 range, but the common version has 75? Really? Huh. But they are armor piercing. Let's get more. All of them. Okay, forgive me. I'm gonna auto calc this. Ah. Sells for the combined. Okay, perfect. Because I can sell it right. I can't sell it right now. I was gonna say because I want to leave that spot open. I guess I need to get to a shop. Maybe that's why those are selling for 0.2. Oh, hold on. Receive no go. Oh. It's the difficulty. Why does that exist? So difficulty emperor. I'm sorry. I'm moving too fast here. The difficulties are adding things on. The current difficulty that I'm on, the second from the bottom, receive no gold for selling gear or consumables. This is why I was getting no gold for selling those things, and why I get no gold for selling the potions and also the consumable, the gear here. This is a gear. A cauldron is a gear. But this entire purpose is to sell for the combined value of other gear, meaning it is always 0. Thanks. More cannons. I am a little tired of the cannon. And I kind of need to bring the wolves to deal with them, don't I? I don't like that. They need to heal. Did I bring the wolves anyway? What? Got my catapult. I'll just have my catapult targeted and hope for the best. Oh. I do fight with the camera sometimes, I guess.
Loud and clear.
We got all spearmen in the middle, and we're not gonna have anyone for that. Should have just auto-cocked this. It probably was a lot better.
Let me out of here.
It's alchemy again. Maybe it was just like that was the previous, like the previous act only had this. Now this act only has these. Maybe. Okay, I need the other cavalry. What I really wanted was to finish up getting the golden guy here. Like I really want to do that. Do I drop the common archer? I like the fact that he's got that extra range, but I'm not going to be combining him at all. There's still a chance I would combine these. And yeah, we're still going to try this, I think. I would like to heal, but I think we got to... Okay. Shielded armor. Yeah, these might even just be outright better than what I just picked up. Dogs. They are common, even though they're silver. They're common. Speed 80, speed 60. These are speed 70. We want to go to event.
How can I help you?
Prestige. Gear pack. Okay. I know I could buy this, but again, I'm trying to save up money for the metagame. Although at this point, the metagame, I've gotten most of what I want. Still, saving up money. Do we get a common pack and try to get just the militia done? That actually might be best case here. $12, because I'm not going to be getting these anymore. Done. So now I can merge them whenever I want. The thing is, I want to make sure when I do, I have other melee units to hold the line. Right now, it's just the Templars. That's why I was really excited about getting him. But it's just the Templar, which I can level them up. But it is just the Templar. We can get the shield thing. It's the potato! Increases in sell value for each chapter, except they sell for 0! Sell. You can't have multiple items on a mechanic that is no longer in the game after a certain point. Ah! Like, if you missed it. The Emperor, which is difficult, what are we, 7? Difficulty 7, 8, 9, 10. You no longer receive gold from selling gear or consumables, but there's multiple gear that their entire purpose is just to sell for gold, and they get 0. So you get nothing. Good day. I think I am going to pick this up, though. I just don't know if I'm going to use it yet.
See ya.
Now we should have a guaranteed 20. Should. So it's Rogue Company. Highest one is ambush them. There's no we're gonna get double, so it's like 2 units or double the gold. All health. I've got slots. I could get 2 units. We got our 20. Let's get the gold. It's a critical roll. It's not a critical roll. I used my 20 guarantee. Okay. Well, we learned. If you're not using that on the event, it's not going to be the way it is. It's not your next one anytime. It's right now next. Cannons. We're gonna fight this or enter it and get the heal. I guess I do. It is cheaper to recruit. I don't have any of these units to really care about, though. I'm just gonna auto-resolve. The castles are the worst, and it's got cannons and archers. Okay. No longer lose health from events. Huh. Shielded. Yeah, I was just talking about wanting to have when I combine them. Tempting. Now the icon would suggest that you're anti-large, but he's not. He should just have the shield. Because he's not anti-large. Okay. Unit health, gold. I'm going to use this because I don't know if we're going to get any more, but I'm a little sad. I wanted to get the double prestige. Maybe we still get something for the critical roll. Yeah, the gear. So they're archers. Okay. It's still probably worth something to me. You just finished your first God King run. Double prestige, castle, dwarves, OP. Yeah, so I'm trying to get there, but I've literally only played... This is my 7th run ever, and we're on the 7th difficulty. We've won every time. Who knows if that'll continue, but I expect and hope and plan to be doing God King runs on stream shortly. It just won't be today. This is our last run for the day. We're still only Act 2, but it's my last run for the day. Congrats, though. I'll try to keep that in mind about the dwarves. I do enjoy some dwarves. Do we reduce cost recruiting? Because I'm not really using it. now, or yeah. Yeah, I forgot we've had this uncommon thing all this time, and I've not really been focused on it because we've been getting epics. I'm kind of surprised that the enemy factions are so small. Like, yeah, they're still going to do damage because it's got the cannon and everything, but I've kind of been surprised. We're gonna have to fight it. I don't want to. I don't like fighting cannons. If we absolutely have to, and that other unit takes a lot of damage after this, we can merge everybody and get a heal out of that. Neiman! Thank you. And you as well, my friend. I'm gonna change this. Start having you be spearmen now. Weapon strength, but sadly, because of the artillery, I can't stay.
Nothing I can't handle. As you wish. Where do I go?
I think they're going to come on this side, so I'll have the cavalry go across here. Yeah.
I will oblige.
You want to say that you follow from Super Fantasy Kingdom? Yeah. You have to say you're hooked on that game, and now see you play another game you like. It's amazing. We have shared tastes, and yeah, it has been great. I'm so glad. So glad. For those who don't know, Super Fantasy Kingdom was another indie game that I thoroughly enjoyed. I need to get back and playing some more of it because they have been making changes. I kind of full cleared it some months ago, like 6 months ago when it first came out, and you know, I didn't want to just burn out on playing the same thing now that I've already kind of gotten everything there's to get. So there's more stuff now. I need to go back. You learned a lot. Awesome. Awesome. Of course, things are different now. So if, you know, anyone watching my videos on that now are probably out of date. Now you hope you can for this game too. All right. I will endeavor to tutor as best I can. I do try to talk about what I'm doing, you know, and why. Cavalry to go get the artillery. I'm just we have to take the artillery damage. I can't do anything about it. I'm having the archers shoot like not the shielded guys. That way their shots aren't being wasted. Ow.
Let's do this.
Trying to get flank attacks here with these side hits. These guys are the worst, though. I gotta do something about them. Even though I've got shields, heavy shields, are still doing massive damage to me. Take some damage. Sten asks, did I give up on Mechabellum completely? I've played like 3,000 hours plus on it. I think I just I've played my fill. I don't think the game is dead. It's just I myself am burned out. You know, I don't like using the term burned out for whatever reason. It's just I don't have any desire to go back and feel the pressure of PvP and having to be the best. You know? I don't want to have that. It's easier for me to just have fun with stuff like this. Now, I'm not against doing some PvP. But when that was like my entire library was one game, the only thing you could do was climb the ladder. And after what, it was like 5 seasons. Once, you know, I was playing before seasons existed, but as 5 seasons, every single season I was lower. Like I was getting steadily worse rather than getting better. It's like, this is not going anywhere. And it's frustrating. I didn't want to be frustrated. Hey, Lamb Sauce. Lamb Sauce is our signature unit, legendary unit. You can play casual mode. Good point. Good point. I think for streaming, people want to see ranked, even if they're like understanding that you're not number 1 and they're willing to watch you. Because that was like my niche was people knew I wasn't the best, but for some reason they were still willing to watch. I would lose a lot of those people still if it wasn't ranked. You know, because there's still like a basic level of I want to see ranked mode and not just casual. So playing as a player, I could see the appeal of just playing casual. As a streamer, I do have to make a decision on, okay, what do people want to see? Is it time to... If I merge these guys, I can get some units here without having to sell anything. I think it's time, because we'll get the heal out of it too. And then I can get the horse and hopefully merge those. Even though we got this horse, but still. They are getting melee attack because I got the uncommon. I could go with the treants. It's not bad. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not leaning towards the guard here because I already have a silver guard, so I wouldn't... This doesn't merge with the silver one unless I've got part of 2 more silver. So, but this one might let me merge that. And yeah, we want Templar. Or the regiment. I'll take that. In fact, that might be... I forgot about the lamb sauce. I've got to prestige something. I might prestige that. No, hold on. Hold on. We're going to lamb sauce and prestige that. Okay. Right. What is my prestige unit? I don't remember. I do not recall what my faction's prestige unit is. It saves automatically. This is my first time ever playing this faction, so, you know, we're learning things. Oh, it's either the dragon or the drakes, but it's depending on my hero, so... Which one is it? I think it might be the cavalry. I kind of hope it's the cavalry. I feel like the dragons, anything that's a single unit gets nuked down so fast in this. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to figure it out. I have a lot of Iron Legion stuff. I might go here and actually recruit. This is not giving me anything. No. Am I dropping the scouts? I might be dropping the scouts. Like the bronze. I don't think we're going to have the luxury of making that golden. Now, if we fought, it'd be a big battle, but we could potentially get either one of these and make 2, but not 3. So, not feeling it. Same problem though. I could recruit and get 2 of something. We've got the Templars, the Halberdiers, and the regiment, and the Cavaliers. They're all the Iron Resolve. So there's a really good chance that we can get an upgrade here, but we'd have 2 of it, and I have the same problem. I need to merge these or get rid of this guy. Still have my lamb sauce. Oh. Nope. I can't do it more than once because it's not my faction. I forgot about that. I was gonna just click it again. That's terrible. Okay, well, we'll do the lamb sauce. Okay, it is the cavalry. So, anti-infantry, shielded, armored, large. I like that. I like that just fine. Let's make you silver. Now you got a whole bunch of cavalry. No artillery, thankfully. Outrider. So they're going to have the legendary archer start behind me. And then everything else is cavalry, pretty much. It's not a time to bring this. Okay, deploying first. Suddenly I have no front line. I didn't realize I had 3 cavalry. That was not what I intended. I mean to say, I didn't realize I had 4 cavalry. That was not what I intended. What have I done? Okay, this is getting out of hand. And then no charge bonus.
Will do. None shall survive.
I just don't want to mess with it. I don't know who'd get the benefit of it. I just don't want to mess with it.
Yeah, as you wish. It will be done. Surrender loud and clear. Right away. Okay.
This is the archer be right behind me.
We are in peril.
Oh, he's over there. Why are you so far? Alright, these guys are shielded. They can lead the way. The other 2 I'm going to keep. Still taking the damage. They are legendary with 102 accuracy, so I guess they'll land a few hits. Ugh.
As you say. Victory will be ours. Awaiting orders. At the ready, over the orders. I steal. Let's do this. Yeah.
Seems like I have been enjoying it. Have. Still got that quest to get to the max difficulty and beat it. You just have to at least play 10 times, right? Well, yeah, 10 times. So each time you win, you can unlock the next difficulty. Well, we've got seven runs, 7 wins. Well, 6. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. This is number 7. We got to get to 10. Got to do it. Why? Hold on. Why are you just standing there?
Let's give him hell. We will crush them.
I'm surprised at how poorly my cavalry is doing with the archer. In fact, you have one guy left.
Ready for orders.
You had one job. I guess they have armor piercing and my guy was armored, so there's that. Looks like he'll get away. A little bit of overkill there. Have you played the Total War? Yeah. I started with Medieval 2. But I didn't really play Medieval 2. I've shared the story a little bit, but I haven't really played Medieval 2. I played the Middle-earth mod for that, and that was great. Of course, I had no idea what I was doing, but it was great. And then I forget which one came next, whether it was Shogun or Rome 2, Shogun 2 or Rome 2. But I got into those both, one after the other. But my PC was really struggling by the end of that. Like I couldn't really run either of those. And so when like Three Kingdoms and all that came out, couldn't run any of that. However, with my current PC, which it's barely able to run these other things still. My current PC, I was playing the Warhammer Total Wars. And so I've played that some, and I've been enjoying that. So I've played a fair amount. Not exhaustively, not to where I can say I'm always going to be better than the autocalc, but I know enough to be dangerous. Another prestige. We're gonna have to make some room here. I was hoping to merge these two. I don't think that's gonna be happening. Because we're gonna go for the Rangers and our recruit here. The 40k. So yeah, the 40k though, that's probably not happening unless chat decides that we're gonna get Pastor Druski a new computer, because it's not running. And actually, before we even go there, that's probably not family friendly anyway. So that's probably not happening regardless. You could do the computer thing out of the kindness of your heart, but I probably can't stream it. Super important to me to keep everything family friendly, and the Total War Warhammer version of everything, like Total War already has, like, you know, they had DLC for more blood, like that's their thing, and so then you throw in Warhammer and it's gonna even more. So I probably just can't stream. But I get the excitement. I could totally get the excitement. I've seen some videos of their plans, and it's super ambitious. Thanks for the sub, Smaxy. So you're doing your part. Yep. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, the auto prestige if you pick one. My problem there, and you've got an excellent point to check the recruit pool, and I'm doing that. My problem is I don't think I had 2 of anything to be able to prestige. We have 1 of everything. So that's, I'm still probably gonna have to sell something. Thank you for the input though. I agree with you. Anti-infantry armored. I do like the emblazing ability. These guys, this is armor pierce and anti-large. Now we did lose several, like we had a whole army of the militia, and we don't anymore. So we don't actually have many anti-large anymore. And I don't know what faction we're going to be up against next. So these are both appealing. I'm not really leaning towards the artillery. I've got one, but I actually don't like the one I have. It's anti-infantry, but most of the time I'm needing to use it against either the walls or against other artillery, and it's just not doing the job. Two calves are the same, yes, but okay, you're right there. But we were I think we were guaranteed to always have all 3 rare. So like the reward was going to be choose one of 3 purple, and these 2 cavalry are green. So that I wasn't going to be offered them. And so right now I'm like, well, maybe I have to get rid of one to make room here. And honestly, I feel okay about it because we actually have, we've got 2 really good cavalry anyway. We've got good cavalry anyway. Well, it's random, but it tells you like the rarity of what you're getting. So that one was a rare, because this was the last of the act. Last of the act gives you a better pool. Yeah, I'm gonna drop these. I'm gonna disband, and I'm gonna go ahead and grab this because I do like being able to deal with large units. And we are gonna go for the Rangers if we can. Got them. Oh, the Templars. I might actually like those better. Ooh. Like, I might like these better than the Rangers. So the Rangers' big thing is that they're Outrider, right? But I'm not going to use that with my archers. They just die. They're both armor pierce. Range those 100. That's just amazing. I could work with that. I could absolutely work with that. I think I just have to get them. But I really like having a front line that's that heavy shield armor. Like, that's just, it's incredible. Love to have a front line of those. I think I gotta do the Rangers. And I've already got one of these, so it would have been great to have gotten the third, but it's not happening. We're leaving this zone, so it's not happening. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this. Grab the Rangers, because that's some great range. And then I can prestige them, or I can prestige my my other guy. Where's my other guy? There he is. I can prestige this one. But first, let's have a look at what we're up against. You never noticed it before. What faction is this? Is this telling me what faction this is? Oh, I should know what faction this is. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna rest. No, I can rotate. We're gonna train. We're gonna train, and maybe we'll get lucky, and one of our either of our legendaries to get the level. Yeah, the more you know. Exactly. Yeah, I recently learned that you can tell like the size or rarity of a castle based off of its text color as well. So yeah, let's do the train. Okay, I got the other guy. All right. I did just get rid of 2 of my cavalry, so it's important to me that we get what's left to be strong. How important is that we go to the shop? If we go to the shop, most of my units are no longer my units, are they? Okay, so yeah, Spearman is the way to go. Those are the dinosaurs. So we're up against pretty much everything they have is going to be large, right? Except for this. So large, large, and large. I still want to use this. It's going to be on the archers. Problem is they're not in the battle, so I'm going to wait. And by the way, the auto prestige, it actually has like an icon to show you that it's going to do that. It's like a little red with a circle, red dot with a red circle around it. And you are just melee infantry. My accuracy does not help me.
Loud and clear. Yeah. That's as you wish. As you wish. Never surrender. Will do.
How come I didn't notice they had black dragons? Doesn't matter.
Will do.
No idea they had black dragons. I'm not backing off because of the black dragons or anything. It's just because they were angling towards me. Figure out a way to get to those archers.
As you say. Awaiting direct. Never surrender.
Follow me on this merry chase.
A good day to die. At the ready. Awaiting orders.
As you say.
Let's do a good day to die. A good day to die.
As you wished, my steel.
No charge bone. That's really unfortunate.
Haste my steel.
Ah! Just want to move ever so slightly.
At the ready.
Let's do this. Victory will be ours. None shall survive.
Watch this.
Never surrender.
Now we're fighting in the forest. I don't like forest.
As you a good day to die.
Howdy, you love the game? Yes. You have good taste, my friend. Sten, yeah, that was a valid strat, just to have the AI kite. Yeah, I could have done that should have done that with just one cavalry, though. Then the other one would have been free to do whatever I needed it to do. I wasn't intending to kite and abuse that. They followed me, and I just went with it. Ooh. Okay, so we can just make this level 3 right now. Right. I couldn't help but think that was a sarcastic tone. All right, so check this out. We're gonna max level this to 3. We're gonna put it in the formation, and then we're gonna execute our captives and heal this to full. Watch, it's a random damaged unit, but it's not random because it's gonna be the one I say. It's gonna be the Deepwood Rangers. Here we go. No, what? I just, had to try. I wanted to have the scouts merge, but it's too late now, so I don't have room for any of this. I think we train. Never works for you either. At least I'm not alone. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm actually going to raid this village because you can tell it's, first of all, it's a village, so it's going to be small. And then also, just as a cue for that, it's in gray, as in common, not green or purple. So this is just an easy fight, and I'm going to do it because I want to get the item and drop this thing, because this thing's not doing me any good. Because I don't really need the heal, and I'm not going to recruit from Ravenhost. So we just want the item. Common unit packs are reduced. I am about to go to a shop. Okay, am I still running any common units that I... Because this is already golden. No? I don't think I am. Yeah, we're not going to use that. We're going to just get another gear. Consumables from post-battle rewards are higher rarity. Okay. Seems mildly useful. Now, what I don't know is if the booster packs are only for my faction, and I think they are, because I think this is meant to be letting you keep playing your faction. So the reason why I was like, because most of my combos here are like not my faction, like everything's human now. Yeah, we could afford the legendaries, but I've actually already goldened, like, is that a word? Prestiged to level 3, my legendaries. This would just be another level 1 legendary of the same. Like, I'd have another of the same guy. It's always going to be your signature unit. And this is my character's signature unit. And I don't want to spend the 100 because we've got... I'm going to use this to finish the metagame. I think I can knock it out here. So I think we're good. No. One last look. Because you're dwarf. Kind of hoping to find a heal potion and get these guys in the action right away. Good Cavs, good. Well, I've got 2 of them. I got this one, and then I got this other one that's already silver. And Royal Cavaliers, they're fine. They're fine. Shielded, armored. I'm happy with it. You're right, I could do it. I've got the money for it, but I still have use for that money outside of the run.
Safe travels, my
Not done yet with the thingy. Iron Legion. Yeah, we actually want to go there, right? We want to actually go, and do we want to recruit? Because it's going to be uncommon. We're looking for not uncommon, are we? We're looking for epic. You're a dwarf. Well, I still might just go here for the potions.
Let's talk about gold.
Already have one of those. I can get a guaranteed 20, but I didn't look to see if there was another. I really wish you could minimize this and see the map. I don't know if there was a event. Yeah, I'm pretty content with the army. I'm just gonna save the cash. I don't think there was another event. I'll grab it. Let's go.
Safe travels, my friend.
There it is. If we can't go there. Crisscross the path. I can't go this way. Okay, maybe this will be an event. An event of a battle. Okay, everybody's large except for like 2. Oh, this is a very good tip. I don't know if everyone can see that, but turn off your default guard mode and settings to make your units auto-target. I have done that, and I really support that. So guard mode has your units hold steady, so like if you tell them to attack a unit and they kill the unit, if they're in guard mode, they're not going to move on to the next unit that's right next door, fighting your neighbor. Instead, I can have this off, and then they'll go fight it. Now, you could maneuver them to be slightly better off, but I'm not going to. I can do accuracy, but they'll probably be in that missile resistance thing. I think I'd rather have them not there.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. At the ready. Lead me. In peril.
Oh. I need to pay attention. Yep, need to pay attention. I'm actually going to get hit from this. Well played, sir. I mean, if I knew the units, I've never actually played that faction yet. So if I knew the units, I'd be like, okay, I see that. They're gonna do this.
Let's do this.
But now, because they're not in guard mode, they're gonna go charging forward.
Awaiting directive. As you wish.
You have arch.
Will do. Will do.
As you say.
They had other large units. Lost track of them.
No problem.
As you
It-
say.
Out from being stuck.
Absolutely.
It will be done. Let's give him hell.
Watch this. Taste my steel.
Gladly.
Definitely not my best showing. Not pretty. Another one. I have no event. I won't have anything to recruit here. There's no room. Have I found myself particularly challenged? I can't say that I have. I'm not trying to say that I'm like amazing at this game or anything, but I do think that if you have a basic knowledge of Total War, a basic understanding of how like roguelikes in general work, you know, what you're kind of building, like figuring out builds at a basic level, I think putting all that together, you can consistently have the runs. I think that the difficulties are not really noticeable increments in challenge so far either. The hardest one was like the first one when you could no longer see what autocock would do to you. That was the hardest jump in difficulty. But there are a lot of people who are saying the game's super difficult. I don't know if they're coming from a perspective of not having that experience, the veterancy of Total War. The game's still fun. I'm having a blast, but I think that the AI in battle probably needs some work. You've already seen me kind of take advantage a couple of times. And yeah, it's maybe they just need to add more difficulty layers. I don't know. The game's still being worked on. There's still more coming. Tier 2 of the human. I'm not doing it. This guy needs to be anti-large or not have that icon. One or the other. But I definitely am having fun with it. Yeah, 100%. I'm lazy. And well, a lot of these battles, they are just from the composition, they're lopsided battles. So it would justify being able to click auto calc, except you take a disproportional amount of damage from it.
Shall survive.
They got an artillery. They're bugged out. Yeah, absolutely. That's where I'm going with this back. See, yeah, challenging can be fun, but it's not. Yeah, we're having fun, and it doesn't have to be a challenge to be fun. I wish there was still more of everything, more levels of difficulty, more metagame unlocks and all that sort of stuff. Like I do wish for just more, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to do those things to become a value proposition. Like I think it's got the value already. Fortunately, our archers here they're basically artillery already with the 120 ring, and aggro them by shooting. Sadly, he's going to get some missile resist. If I were to make one request, it'd be for them to travel better through their own units. Like, this is... These guys are just going to be stuck.
Nothing I can't handle.
Well, they're making me come to them. I think it's a bug. It happens whenever artillery is involved. So they have artillery, so they're just not moving. I think it's a bug. And I think you can even see, like, that. They're supposed to be moving. And in a way, they're moving, but dancing in place is not the moving that we're looking for. I'm pretty sure it's a bug. But as soon as you engage, they should start moving. Here it comes. They also need to, it's one guy, and he's doing a great job. The dev is a solo dev. He needs to make single units viable, because solo units seem to be they just die instantly.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
You're gonna go get me an artillery.
A good day to die. It will be done. Ready for war. Let's do this.
They are adding spells eventually, so maybe we can do a big fireball right there.
A worthy order. Yeah. Awaiting directive.
Have an archer? Yeah, they do have an archer unit.
Taste my steel. That's your victory will be ours. Let's do this. Let's give him hell.
Artillery's dead. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to mess the camera up so much, but there's a notch between this height and one lower that I'm trying to get to, but you can only get to it from one direction. There goes all the big units.
We will crush them. We will crush them.
The patience you have to play on slow speed and enjoy a little watch. I'm glad you're enjoying that. I do hope that the game, as well as my stream, is a chill, enjoyable experience. Did we take any damage? And maybe one guy? I'll take that when we're fighting some T-Rex. And there's a lamb sauce. Could have drank that, it didn't matter. So I can get another cavalry, as we were talking about before. There's no way I'm adding those to my thing, so... Nice. Elven Archer's OP. I have a human archer and a different human archer. No, these are both Iron Resolve. These are both the Iron guys. I have just the one Elven Archer. He's doing the least. Well, I guess he has 600 kills. He's been with me since the beginning. But 0. I guess this guy we only just recently got, right? And he's been targeting the big guys, and he probably just hasn't gotten the final kill. 0 is weird though. I'm gonna just enter town. So we've got these. I'm not gonna worry about those. Yeah, we're just gonna enter town. What's gonna probably happen is I'm gonna auto-calc the last battle because it's getting to be family time, and I also need to use the restroom bio break coming up here. So if it's an auto win, we'll just probably click it. And I hate that that's such a anticlimactic finish to a stream, but I think that is going to be the plan. I don't. Yeah, 1 recruit per town. I don't think that there's a dwarf that we need right now. I'm gonna save the gold. Yeah, autocock is a victory. So my apologies, but I think we're just gonna, it's gonna be 8 o'clock locally, our local time, and I try to make that my family time. I've got 4 kids and work 3 jobs, so I've got to protect that family time, and I hope that you all value and are able to take that time and keep that as a sacred thing in your own lives. But it's gonna be important enough to me to just auto-calc the last battle rather than playing it out. We got the other hero unlocked. Very cool. Almost 400 gold there. Oh, and there was fog in that battle too. I actually would not have enjoyed that at all. Not liked that, since I'm using my archers to take out the big guys. So we've got few more upgrades. We're just missing half dozen of those. Saw some more Iron Legion stuff. Yeah, we saw that. Saw our faction here. So next time we play, tomorrow, when we play, there's going to be 1 faction left that I've never played. Like, again, I've only ever played this the 7 times that you've seen me play on stream. I'm going to put them all together in a playlist on YouTube. But you see 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and 5, 6, 7, and we're gonna do the dinos next. And I'm honestly kind of skeptical that they're gonna be any good because of how often we've had to fight them and defeat them. Well, that'll be next time. So, but I've not actually played enough to even try the next hero on anything, right? Because we've only done 7 runs and we've had 7 wins. So we'll be on the level 8 difficulty, which is reducing gold rewards from ransoming captives, which already was like 3 gold. That was nothing. Like this is not a difficulty increase. Settlements have stronger garrison. That is a difficulty increase, but only if you're planning on attacking settlements, since you still can peacefully go to them. Like that is, but it's not bad. Like this doesn't feel like a leap in difficulty level. You know, like you kind of need to get to the point where each of these difficulties is adding another 10% health damage or whatever to the AI. Like it's just another, you just need to. I know it's not fair, but these games, if you build it on fair, are not going to be fair for the AI. It's not, the AI won't be a challenge. Like it's a really tough balance to make. But I think for difficulty wise, the enemies just need to start having bonus to stats or quantity or something. Like we're still having, on the 3rd act, you know, we're still fighting packs of like 6 guys while I have my 10. My guys are all epic, you know, like why is it not 10v10 every time by that point? I don't know. Great run, congrats, God bless. Thank you so much, and God bless you all as well. I will one more time, of course we do have the upgrades, but we might just wait till next time and make that kind of our opener. But just one more time, a reminder, we did have a great conversation today. Sometimes there are those who have questions, because we had some questions come up today. As a pastor, I want to be available for your questions and be able to answer and encourage or pray for you. But sometimes, not all of you are comfortable with that in this sort of setting. So I do have a Discord. You can message me personally, or you can just reach out on the Discord. I have a whole designated area for faith in the Discord if you do want to ask about questions, or just read what other people have asked, and prayer requests and all of that. So it's all there. I'll share that link as well. I also have a Patreon where, yes, you could support, but there's literally nothing there that's behind a paywall. Like, there's nothing to pay specifically for. Instead, it's a centralized place that I put some of these questions and answers and have it into a blog format. And so I need to update that. I am past due. But I have a Patreon as well. And then finally, if you do value having family-friendly content, but want more, and you wish more things were family-friendly because you are trying to protect your home, I do have a couple of links where you can use Pastor Druski as a promo code to get a free month. But VidAngel and Covenant Eyes are two programs that I believe in and use at home. VidAngel will allow you to filter your TV, movie, streaming. So all your streaming platforms, you can filter out things you don't want in your home. So language or scenes or violence or credits, all of that. You can just not have it and filter out, and it gives you a whole list. It's actually really cool how it shows you what it's got. And you can get a free month of that with Pastor Druski, or Covenant Eyes will help your internet browsing to protect your family, give accountability there with everything that is on the internet. You can have that for your home as well. So having victory in that area as well. So both are options to help give family friendly and just bring victory at home. So just encourage you guys to check that out. Pastor Druski is a promo code for both to get a free month on either of those. I'll share all the links here in just a moment. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow as we take on maybe the last 3 difficulties. I don't know. I'm pretty slow at this, so maybe it'll be 2, and then we'll have a final one. We'll see. But I'm looking forward to it anyway, especially with you. So good night, all, and God bless.